Chapter 2948. Kill. Following the order of the Demon Guard General, over 100 demon generals stepped forward and charged at Lu Ming. Their attacks were aimed at Lu Ming. In their eyes, only Lu Ming was a threat. Wu Zifeng and the others were nothing to be afraid of. You asked for it. Lu Ming said calmly. 10 god flames burned fiercely in his dantian. 10 different kinds of god force gathered together and surged toward Lu Ming's arm. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming threw a few punches, firing several 9-clawed dragons. A total of 6 9-clawed dragons stomped their claws and nullified the attacks of the demon generals. They continued to lunge at the demon generals with their enormous claws. Ah, crap! Back off! No! Over 100 demon generals screamed in terror. They tried to dodge, but it was too late. Regardless of whether it was a first-layer heaven god, a second-layer heaven god, or a third-layer heaven god, they all exploded into pieces with their souls destroyed. A single move had eliminated over 100 demon generals. Slash slash slash. Sounds of gasps could be heard from all around. They did not expect Lu Ming's strength to be so outstanding. Damn it, set up the demon generals formation. The demon generals were astounded. They let out a roar and gathered the demon generals to set up the formation to deal with Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming would not give them the chance to do so. Sky-piercing. A cold voice could be heard as a brilliant spear glow was fired at the demon generals formation. With this move, Lu Ming had triggered the double combat ability of the battle character Sutra. The demon general's formation stood no chance against the attack. His forehead was penetrated by the spear glow as his body fell to the ground. The general is dead. As soon as the demon general's formation died, the demon general's formation panicked and fled for their lives like ants on a hot pan. Hold your ground. Suddenly, a loud roar could be heard from the sky. A powerful aura spread across the place like a mountain. How dare you cause trouble in my demon general's city? Die! Another furious roar could be heard in the sky. Following it, a figure charged at Lu Ming. Before the person arrived, a pitch-black palm was already aiming at Lu Ming. 8th layer heaven god realm. Lu Ming squinted his eyes slightly. As soon as the other party attacked, Lu Ming could sense his cultivation level. Whoosh! Lu Ming held the long spear in his hand and charged upward. A ray of spear gleam soared into the sky. It was as big as a mountain and pierced toward the palm print. Bang! The spear aura and the palm print collided with each other, resulting in an earth-shattering explosion. The sky shook violently, and the energy overflowed in all directions. Following this, the spear glow and palm strike. In the next moment, a purple-robed middle-aged man appeared in the sky. He was skinny, but his aura was like a mountain. City Lord, it's the City Lord. Greetings, City Lord. Seeing the purple-robed middle-aged man, the demon guard calmed down and bowed. Formation. The purple-robed middle-aged man waved his hand and spoke calmly. His voice was filled with authority. Immediately, thousands of demon generals and demon guards flashed and set up a large formation, waiting for the attack. The purple-robed middle-aged man stared coldly at Lu Ming. It has been a long time since someone dared to kill my demon generals in my demon general's city. You will pay a heavy price for this. The city lord of Jiangma City said coldly. Aren't you going to ask me why I killed them? Lu Ming said. I don't need to know why you killed them. I only need to know that you've killed the people of Jiangma City. That's enough. The Jiangma City's city lord's voice became even colder. As soon as he finished the sentence, he charged at Lu Ming. His 8th layer heaven god realm cultivation was fully unleashed. A terrifying force crushed down on Lu Ming like a landslide. Humph. Lu Ming coldly snorted. The other party had attacked Lu Ming without any reason, which had also angered Lu Ming. In an instant, Lu Ming activated the battle's secret art's tripled combat strength. Buzz! The spear shuddered violently. A huge spear glow swept across the rift. Bang! Bang! The giant spear glow and the pitch-black palm seal clashed continuously. The two had exchanged more than 10 blows within the blink of an eye. Break, moon slashing. Lu Ming groaned. He held the spear with both hands and slashed forward. A giant crescent-shaped spear glow was fired forward. Bang! Bang! It shattered the palm seal that the city lord of Jiangma City had executed. The city lord of Jiangma City was startled. He was knocked back 10,000 meters before he managed to stabilize his figure. His face was slightly pale. He's that strong? The crowd and the demon generals were astounded. Lu Ming was only a third-layer heaven god realm cultivator, yet his strength was so outstanding that he was able to knock the city lord of Jiangma City back. Could he be a peerless genius from the outside world? The city lord of Jiangma City was astounded too. Apart from a peerless genius from the outside world, no one else would possess such outstanding strength. Humph, so what if he's a peerless genius from the outside world? He has to pay the price for killing my demon generals. The city lord of Jiangma City's eyes turned cold. Kid, you're quite capable, but if that's all you've got, you're still going to die. Demon soul curse. The city lord of Jiangma City yelled. Runes suddenly appeared on his body. The runes formed a curse similar to the nether dragon blood curse that Lu Ming was inflicted with. However, the curse covered the city lord of Jiangma City's body like demons. The city lord of Jiangma City wore a painful expression. However, his aura skyrocketed. He had reached the 9th layer heaven god realm. Kid, die. The city lord of Jiangma City let out a furious roar and charged at Lu Ming. His claws turned into demon claws that were sharper than god weapons as he grabbed at Lu Ming. Space breaking, space breaking. Lu Ming executed the first form of the 3 destructive strikes, the space breaking. Wisps of spear glows were emitted from Lu Ming's hand. They filled the rift as they charged at the city lord of Jiangma City. The two exchanged blows once again. This time, they were on par with one another. The two continued to exchange blows in the air. Neither of them was able to defeat the other after exchanging a few dozen blows. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, even if he did not utilize the ancient god flesh, he could still fight a 9th layer heaven god realm expert by activating the battle seal. This kid, how is his strength so strong? The city lord of Jiangma City was astounded. Meanwhile, a young man in a purple robe appeared not far away. Young city lord. Many Jiangma guards greeted the young man when they saw him. The young man was the young city lord of Jiangma City, Yan Ji. Yan Ji fixed his gaze at Lu Ming. A 3rd layer heaven god realm expert with such outstanding strength. Yan Ji murmured with strong jealousy in his eyes. However, the jealousy soon disappeared as he shifted his gaze. He fell into deep thought. Father, stop. Yan Ji transmitted his voice to the city lord of Jiangma City. Stop. The city lord of Jiangma City was confused. That's right, stop and reconcile with the man. His talent is outstanding. Perhaps we can use him to help us reclaim the spiritual liquid lake. Yan Ji continued to transmit his voice. Chapter 2949. Spiritual liquid lake? Not bad, not bad. The city lord of Jiangma City's eyes lit up. After exchanging a blow with Lu Ming, he quickly retreated. Wait, stop fighting. The city lord of Jiangma City shouted. Lu Ming's eyes moved. Initially, he wanted to activate the battle symbol art to increase his combat strength by 4 times to kill the city lord of Jiangma City. However, the city lord of Jiangma City suddenly stopped. Lu Ming was slightly stunned and stopped attacking. Little brother, with your strength, you must be a peerless genius from the outside world. I believe that you wouldn't kill people for no reason. What happened just now? The city lord of Jiangma City asked. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Lu Ming smiled in his heart. He thought that the city lord of Jiangma City was afraid of him after witnessing his strength. However, Lu Ming did not want to fight with the city lord of Jiangma City, nor did he want to make a big deal out of it. He came to the demon capital mountain to investigate the Dark Ice Tribe and the theft of the 9 Extinction Heavenly King mansion. If the matter was blown out of proportion, it would be detrimental to his investigation. What happened? Hee, your men are really overbearing. Lu Ming immediately told the city lord of Jiangma City what had happened. After listening to the story, the city lord of Jiangma City's face was filled with anger. He shouted coldly, I see. How dare you arrest people without knowing the truth? You deserve to die. Then, he looked at the other Jiangma demon guards and said, what do I usually tell you? You must have evidence. Do you understand? Today, those who have fallen will be your lesson. Yes, yes. Many of the Jiangma demon guards nodded. However, they felt strange. The city lord did not usually tell them to do that. Of course, they did not dare to question the city lord's words. Little brother, it seems like this is a misunderstanding. I was rash before and attacked you without knowing the reason. I am sorry. Fortunately, you are strong. Otherwise, would have committed a sin. The city lord of Jiangma City said with a smile. Lu Ming smiled faintly. How could he not see through the city lord of Jiangma City's pretentious act? Then, how should we settle this? Lu Ming asked. Write it off, of course I'll write it off. The city lord of Jiangma City said. I'm Yan Ji, the young city lord of Jiangma City. How should I address you? At this time, Yan Ji flew over and greeted Lu Ming with cupped fists. As the saying goes, don't slap a smiling face. Lu Ming also smiled faintly and said, Lu Ming. So it's Brother Lu. Lu Ming should be from the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion, right? Only the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion can produce a genius like Brother Lu. Yan Ji said politely. More or less. Lu Ming naturally wouldn't deny it. Brother Lu is indeed the heaven's pride of the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion. I like to make friends with Brother Lu the most in my life. Meeting someone like you today is truly a blessing of 3 lifetimes. Brother Lu, would you do me the honor and have a drink with me? Yan Ji said. Of course. A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind, and he nodded in agreement. As the city lord of one of the 36 cities in the Devil Capital Mountain, he had a lot of authority in the Devil Capital Mountain. Perhaps, it would be helpful for Lu Ming to investigate the Dark Ice Tribe. Lu Ming indeed needed to integrate himself into the Devil Capital Mountain in order to investigate the Dark Ice Tribe. In this aspect, he needed the other party's help. Moreover, Lu Ming was skilled and bold, he wasn't afraid of the other party's tricks. Please. The city lord of Jiangma City waved his hand. Soon after, a banquet was prepared in one of the city lord mansion's main halls. Lu Ming, Qiu Autumn Moon, Wu Zifeng, and Yu Linglong were all present, accompanied by the city lord of Jiangma City and Yan Ji. Brother Lu, you came to the Devil Capital Mountain for the Devil Capital War, right? After drinking 2 cups, Yan Ji's gaze shifted as he asked with a smile. The Devil Capital War? Lu Ming, Wu Zifeng, and the others were puzzled. Brother Lu, you don't know about the Devil Capital War? Yan Ji was a little surprised. I don't know, it's my first time hearing about it. Lu Ming shook his head. Not for the Devil Capital War? Then Brother Lu is here for the Devil Night Spring? Yan Ji guessed again. That's right, I'm indeed here for the Devil Night Spring. Lu Ming's heart moved, but this time, he didn't deny it. It's not easy to get the Devil Night Spring, you have to enter the Devil Capital to have a chance to buy it. Brother Lu, do you have a way to enter the Devil Capital? Yan Ji asked tentatively. I don't have a way yet, I wonder if Brother Yan has a way to help me enter the Devil Capital? Lu Ming asked. Yan Ji's eyes flashed with joy, there is a way, but the number of people we can recommend to enter the Devil Capital is very limited. At this point, Yan Ji stopped. Here it comes. Lu Ming's heart moved. How could he not understand Yan Ji's tone? Lu Ming was about to raise a condition. Brother Yan, if you have something to say, just say it. Lu Ming said. Very well. Coincidentally, I have something that I would like to ask Brother Lu for help with. If Brother Lu is able to help me, I will think of a way to allow the four of you to enter Demon City. Even obtaining the demonic night spring would not be impossible. Yan Ji said. Please say it. Lu Ming said. Recently, our Jiangma City and the nearby demonic ape city will have a duel. The younger generation will participate in the duel to compete for a mystical land. Each side will send out 3 people, and the mystical land will belong to the side that wins. I would like to invite Brother Lu to represent Jiangma City in the duel. Yan Ji finally revealed his purpose. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He already knew that Yan Ji had a condition. Otherwise, how could Yan Ji forget about killing so many people of the Devil Ape City? Okay, I agree. When? Lu Ming nodded. It was just a battle between the younger generation of the Devil Capital Mountain, so Lu Ming didn't care at all. It wasn't difficult for him, it was just a piece of cake. Tomorrow. Thank you, Brother Lu. Yan Ji raised his cup. The city lord of the Devil Capital sat at the side and slowly drank his wine without saying a word. After 3 rounds of wine, the feast finally came to an end. Lu Ming and the others stayed in the Devil Capital for the time being. The next day, Brother Lu Ming, in order to avoid alerting the enemy, it's not good for your friends to follow you. Why don't they stay in the Devil Capital for the time being? The city lord of the Devil Capital said. All right. Lu Ming nodded. It was just a few battles that would soon come to an end. It wouldn't hurt to let Xiao Yu and the others stay here for the time being. Following this, Lu Ming, Yan Ji, and another young man from the Devil Capital left the Devil Capital and headed to the Devil Ape City. The Devil Ape City was one of the 36 citadels of the Devil Capital Mountain. Devil Capital Mountain. Devil Capital City ruled over the Devil Capital Mountain. On the other hand, the 36 citadels fought among themselves. The Devil Capital City turned a blind eye to it. The Devil General City and the Devil Ape City fought fiercely against each other. In recent years, the two sides fought endlessly for a spiritual land and a spiritual liquid lake. Battles broke out from time to time. Chapter 2950. As such, the Demon General City and the Demon Ape City had set a rule. Every once in a while, they would send out 3 young geniuses to compete against each other. The winner would be granted the right to use the spiritual liquid lake. This time, it was time for the 2 sides to compete again. When Yan Ji saw Lu Ming's shocking strength, he decided to ask for Lu Ming's help, thus he stopped the city lord of the Demon General City. Not long after, a huge city appeared before them. The city gate was shut tight. It was crowded with people. The city lord of the Demon Ape City was standing on top of the gate, and the son of the city lord of the Demon Ape City, who was Yan Ji's nemesis. Yuan Shan, we're here. Where's the person you're sending out? Yan Ji yelled while staring at a bulky young man. The young man had extremely long arms that reached his knees. He was the young master of the Demon Ape City, Yuan Shan. You're in such a rush. If you're so eager to lose, I'll grant you your wish. Yuan Shan chuckled and stepped forward. Following Yuan Shan were 2 other young men. A man and a woman. The man was rather ordinary. However, the woman was rather beautiful. On her arm, there was a brightly colored poisonous snake coiling around it. Yan Ji's eyes immediately focused on the woman with the snake coiling around her arm. His eyes glittered as he said, I've never seen this beautiful lady before. Yuan Shan, is she someone you've invited from outside? Don't you have someone I've never seen before on your side too? Did you invite someone from outside too? Yuan Shan's eyes flickered as he glanced at Lu Ming. Yan Ji's expression darkened. He glanced at the woman with the snake coiling around her arm doubtfully. They were familiar with the local geniuses of the Demon General Mountain, but they were not as confident as the geniuses from outside. Even though Lu Ming's strength was outstanding, his cultivation was only in the 3rd layer Heaven God realm. Ji was unsure of the woman's cultivation. Come, Ji, make your move. I still have to go back and drink with Miss Lien. Yuan Shan yelled. His eyes flickered passionately as he glanced at the woman with the snake coiling around her arm. We might not be the ones to lose. Lu Han, you go first. Ji instructed. Yes. The young man beside Ji stepped forward. You go and deal with him. Yuan Shan pointed at a young man beside him. The young man stepped forward and stood opposite Lu Han. It's still the same old rules. The final victor will be the victor. Yuan Shan said. Ji nodded. Boom. The two youths on the field were engaged in an intense battle. Fourth level of the celestial god realm, controlling holy divine power. Lu Ming was slightly surprised. Lu Ming was indeed surprised that a genius chosen from the two acropolises under the demon capital mountain had such a cultivation base. In the Qin Tian star field, such a person could already be considered a holy son. It's said that Qin Tian star area is at the edge of the Taishu dynasty. Its cultivation level is very low. Even the Jiuju Heavenly King Mansion doesn't care about it. It seems like it's true. Lu Ming pondered. Although Chu Tian star area was close to Qin Tian star area, its cultivation level was far above Qin Tian star area. The Jiuju Heavenly King Mansion had an army stationed here and sent people to manage it. Whether it was the cultivation environment or the cultivation level, Chu Tian star area was far above Qin Tian star area. Naturally, there were more geniuses here. The two of them had similar cultivation and battle strength. After exchanging a few hundred blows, both of them suffered heavy injuries and retreated while vomiting blood. The first round ended in a draw. Ji, it's our turn. Yuan Shan took a step forward, causing the void to rumble. This time, I will definitely defeat you. Ji's eyes flashed with a ferocious light. He and Yuan Shan had been fighting since they were young. However, he was always slightly weaker than Yuan Shan. This had always been his sore point. Defeat me? Ha ha ha, Ji, let me tell you, you'll never be my match. Yuan Shan laughed and waved his long arms. A huge fist was thrown at Ji, causing a dull explosion in the air. Ji countered with a punch. The two knew each other's moves very well. As such, they were evenly matched at the beginning. Neither of them could do anything to the other. Their cultivation was in the fifth layer heaven god realm. Ape Emperor transformation. After a while, Yuan Shan let out a furious roar. His body began to swell as long hair grew on his skin. He had turned into a giant ape over 50 meters tall. You've mastered the Ape Emperor transformation. Ji yelled in astonishment. Ha, I told you, you'll never be my match. Yuan Shan burst out laughing as he stomped his foot on the ground. Each step would shatter the ground and send rocks flying in all directions. Bang! Yuan Shan's fist, which was like a small hill, smashed down towards Ji. Ji let out a roar. His body emitted a pitch-black god force that turned into a few demonic sabers slashing at Yuan Shan. However, when Yuan Shan's fist landed on the demonic sabers, the sabers vibrated vigorously and exploded. You'll lose, you'll lose. Yuan Shan let out a roar while throwing punches at Yuan Shan. Ji went all out too, slashing the demonic sabers wildly. In just an instant, he had executed a few hundred slashes. However, Ji was still no match for Yuan Shan. The demonic sabers continued to shatter, unable to resist Yuan Shan's attacks. Bang! In the end, Yuan Shan landed a punch on Ji. Ji let out a cry of agony as his body was sent flying like a cannonball. He slammed heavily onto the ground and vomited mouthfuls of blood. Ji, I told you, you're no match for me. Yuan Shan burst out laughing in an extremely smug manner. Ji wore an unpleasant expression. This time, he had lost even more decisively than before. The gap between him and Yuan Shan had widened once again. Now, he could only wait and see Lu Ming's performance. "Kid, come, show me the strength of an outsider." Yuan Shan glanced at Lu Ming. "Make your move. Once I make my move, you won't have the chance to make your move anymore," Lu Ming said calmly. Even though Yuan Shan was quite strong, he was not too worried about him. "Arrogant!" Yuan Shan roared. He stomped his feet and pounced on Lu Ming like a small mountain. His huge fists blasted out consecutively. The violent fist force pressed down on Lu Ming. Even though Yuan Shan said that Lu Ming was arrogant, he went all out when he made his move. He did not dare to be careless against an outsider. Whoosh! Lu Ming executed the Garuda technique. His body flickered a few times and he evaded Yuan Shan's attack. However, Yuan Shan's body was also extremely fast. He twisted his body and charged at Lu Ming again. Lu Ming dodged again. "If you're so capable, don't run. Fight me head on," Yuan Shan roared. "I'm giving you a chance to perform. Once I make my move, you won't stand a chance. Since you're so impatient, I'll fulfill your wish." Lu Ming's voice was heard. Chapter 2951. Lu Ming's voice rang out. Then, he took a step forward and his fist shone with the radiance of divine power. Roar! A dragon's roar resounded through the 9 heavens. A 9-clawed dragon flew out from Lu Ming's palm and pounced on Yuan Shan. Yuan Shan's pupils shrank rapidly. He roared and threw out his fists like a storm. In an instant, he threw out hundreds of punches. However, the dragon claw of the 9-clawed divine dragon Dharma idol crushed all of his fists. Puff! A dragon claw slammed into Yuan Shan's body, causing him to scream miserably. His 50-meter-tall ape body was sent flying and smashed into the walls of Demon Ape City, causing the walls to rumble and shake. Yuan Shan's body quickly shrank to the size of an ordinary person. He spat out mouthfuls of blood and his eyes were filled with shock. Lu Ming was right. Once he attacked, Yuan Shan had no chance to attack. Humph! On the city walls, the Demon Ape City's city lord snorted coldly. "Miss Lien, it's up to you now." Yuan Shan stabilized his injuries and looked at the woman with the snake coiled around her arm. The woman with the snake coiled around her arm smiled and took a step forward. She came before Lu Ming and said, "Young master, you have a good cultivation. May I know which family you're from?" "Why should I tell you which family I'm from? Don't try to get close to me. Attack." Lu Ming curled his lips. The woman's face darkened. With her looks, most men wouldn't reject her initiative to get close to a man. She didn't expect Lu Ming to be so boring. "Hee, although your cultivation is good, it's nothing in front of me. Go, kill him." The woman's face turned cold. She waved her arm and the small snake coiled around her arm pounced at Lu Ming. Its speed was as fast as lightning. A long spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand and he thrust it at the small snake. However, the small snake was very agile. It twisted its body and dodged Lu Ming's long spear. It continued to pounce at Lu Ming. Hiss! In the process of pouncing, the little snake opened its mouth and spat out a thick green mist. Instantly, the space was filled with a disgusting smell. Poison. Deadly poison. Lu Ming's expression changed. The poison in the untainted universe was naturally incomparable to the poison in the heaven realm and the primordial realm. It was extremely terrifying. Legend had it that some poisons could instantly poison all the living beings on an entire life planet to death. Retreat. Seeing this, Yuan Shan and the others were shocked. They quickly retreated and distanced themselves from the woman with the snake wrapped around her arm. Yan Ji and the other young man were startled as they immediately backed off. The thick green poisonous gas spread towards Lu Ming. Break the sky, Lu Ming's long spear vibrated, continuously thrusting out. The spear light stirred the air, stirring up the poisonous gas. However, the venomous snake was extremely agile. It kept flashing as it approached Lu Ming. Whoosh. Then, he spat out a mouthful of venom like an arrow leaving the bow. This venom was formed by liquefied poisonous gas, and its power was even more terrifying. However, Lu Ming's expression was calm. He waved his hand and divine power surged out, forming a wall of energy. The venom spat on the wall of energy and made a sizzling sound, but it didn't break the wall of energy. Sovereign divine power, humph. The woman with the snake wrapped around her arms saw Lu Ming's divine power and snorted coldly. She twisted her waist and charged towards Lu Ming personally. A soft whip appeared in her hand and she waved it like a venomous snake. 6th level heavenly god. As soon as the woman attacked, Lu Ming sensed her strength. Moreover, the divine power that she cultivated was of the divine grade. The soft whip whistled and its power was terrifying. Moon slaying, Lu Ming muttered. 10 types of divine power gathered and formed a crescent-shaped spear light, slashing towards the soft whip. With a puff, to Lu Ming's surprise, the soft whip was cut in half without any resistance. However, after the soft whip was cut in half, it turned into a thick mist that shrouded Lu Ming. Hee, being shrouded by my god-destroying mist, just wait for your death. The woman with the snake wrapped around her arm said ferociously, filled with murderous intent. Lu Ming frowned. This woman was trying to kill him every time she attacked. Her methods were extremely ruthless. The mist spread and rushed towards Lu Ming as if it had a mind of its own. Lu Ming's heart stirred. 10 types of divine powers covered his entire body, protecting him and keeping the fog outside. However, Lu Ming's expression changed when he realized that his divine power couldn't completely block the mist. Wisps of mist seeped into the wall of divine power and entered Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body didn't have much defense against the mist. However, the mist didn't cause any harm to Lu Ming's body. It went straight for Lu Ming's sea of consciousness and rushed towards Lu Ming's soul. Sizzle, Lu Ming's soul made sizzling sounds. Waves of piercing pain spread throughout Lu Ming's body. This mist could actually harm the soul. In the primitive universe, most cultivators mainly cultivated divine power. The divine body was second. Those who cultivated the soul were the least. Most people thought that as long as one's divine power was strong enough, they could destroy everything, including heaven and earth. No matter how strong your soul was, if I destroyed your divine body, your soul would also be destroyed. Then what was the use of cultivating the soul? Therefore, it was Lu Ming's first time encountering a direct attack on the soul in the primitive universe. Boom! Lu Ming controlled his divine power and rushed towards the soul, wanting to destroy the mist. Sizzle, sizzle. Sizzle. The collision between the divine power and the mist produced sizzling sounds. However, the effect wasn't as obvious as Lu Ming had imagined. Still not dead? The woman with the snake wrapped around her arm widened her eyes in surprise. An ordinary 3rd level heavenly god would have their soul obliterated in an instant if they were enveloped by her mist. However, Lu Ming seemed fine. She naturally didn't know that Lu Ming controlled 10 types of divine power. 2 of them were divine grade divine power. The 10 types of divine power had more or less neutralized a portion of her mist. Therefore, the mist was harmful to Lu Ming, but it wasn't too serious. It just stung a little. Little poisonous mist, let this old lady absorb it. At this time, the voice of the measure formula resounded. The word measure glowed and a strong suction force appeared. The mist was immediately absorbed by the measure formula. The woman with the snake wrapped around her arm also sensed the absorption of the mist. Her expression changed, and then she shouted. The little snake wrapped around Lu Ming again. It's time to end this. Lu Ming whispered. 9 ice chains suddenly flew out from his body. The 9 ice shackles immediately wrapped around the little snake. As the chill spread, the little snake was immediately frozen into an ice cube. You release little green. The woman with the snake wrapped around her arm screamed. Release it? Is that possible? You've been trying to kill me since the beginning. If I don't teach you a lesson, do you think I'm easy to bully? Lu Ming sneered. The ice chains shook, and the little snake was directly crushed into powder. Chapter 2952. You killed Little Green, you actually killed Little Green. Ah, I want you dead, I want you dead. The woman with the snake wrapped around her arms screamed, her eyes bloodshot. She opened her mouth, and from her mouth, mist was constantly spewing out, enveloping Lu Ming. Lu Ming was enveloped by the mist. Roar! Roar! Suddenly, dragon roars sounded from within the mist. Then, 6 nine-clawed dragons appeared, each of them 10,000 meters long. They roared towards the sky, their dragon aura filling the air. The 6 nine-clawed dragons pounced, releasing a vast amount of energy. The mist was instantly dispersed, scattering in all directions. The Kunpeng's figure flashed, and Lu Ming appeared in front of the woman with the snake wrapped around her arm. The woman with the snake wrapped around her arm was shocked. She quickly retreated, and with a push of her hands, several giant pythons condensed, pouncing towards Lu Ming. However, the 6 nine-clawed dragons pounced, and the giant pythons shattered. Bang! The 9-clawed dragon pounced, and its dragon claw struck the woman with the snake wrapped around her arm. The woman screamed, and followed in Yuan Shan's footsteps. She crashed into the city wall, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. Who knew how many bones in her body were broken? The woman with the snake wrapped around her arm was only at the 6th level of the heavenly god realm. Even if she controlled divine-grade divine power, she was only at the same level as Qin Wuyo. However, her methods were strange, and could directly harm the soul, which was why Lu Ming was delayed. Now that the mist was useless against Lu Ming, the woman with the snake wrapped around her arm was naturally unable to withstand a single blow. Kill! Lu Ming shouted coldly, and the 9-clawed dragon continued to pounce towards the woman with the snake wrapped around her arm. Since the other party wanted to kill him, Lu Ming wouldn't let her go. No, City Lord Ape, save me! The woman with the snake wrapped around her arm screamed in fear. Stop! The City Lord of Ape Demon City shouted, and his body burst out, punching out, and destroyed the 9-clawed dragon, saving the woman with the snake wrapped around her arm. 9th level heavenly god? Lu Ming muttered. The Ape Devil City's City Lord's cultivation was 1 level higher than the Jiangma City's City Lord's. However, Lu Ming was fearless and faced him from afar. Governor Yuan, are you trying to break the rules? Yan Ji roared. According to the rules, the older generation couldn't interfere. Otherwise, the Devil General City's City Lord could go to Devil Capital City to impeach the Devil Ape City's City Lord and make him suffer the consequences. Who said that I'm going to break the rules? It's just that the outcome of the battle has already been decided. Why should I kill him? The Demon Ape City Lord said coldly. Lu Ming sneered, but he did not continue to attack. He was not afraid of the City Lord of Ape Demon City. However, if he were to fight with the City Lord of Ape Demon City, he might expose some of his trump cards. Lu Ming felt that it was better to keep some trump cards hidden in Moda City. Mayor Yuan, we've won this battle. The spiritual liquid lake belongs to us. Yan Ji shouted. The Ape Devil City's City Lord's face was a little gloomy. He didn't expect Jiangma City to have invited such a powerful genius. Even the woman with a snake wrapped around her arm was no match for him. Take it. The Ape Devil City's City Lord waved his hand and a token flew towards Yan Ji. Yan Ji caught it in his hand. Looking at the token in his hand, Yan Ji was overjoyed. With this token, the spiritual liquid lake would belong to the Jiang Immerse City. In the future, the strength of the Jiang Immerse City would definitely increase. Let's go. The Ape Devil City's City Lord snorted and turned to walk into the city. The others also turned and left. Kid, you killed Xiao Lu. I'll remember this debt. The woman with a snake wrapped around her arm glanced coldly at Lu Ming and flew into the city. Brother Lu, it's all thanks to you this time. Yan Ji came to Lu Ming and thanked Lu Ming. It's okay. You just have to help me enter Mo Du City. Lu Ming smiled faintly. That's for sure. Let's go back. Yanji said. The three of them immediately headed towards Jiangma City. Not long after, in the main hall of Jiangma City. Ha ha ha, great, great. The Jiangma City's city lord looked at the token in his hand and laughed heartily. He had been competing with Ape Devil City for many years and had been suppressed for many years. Now that he had finally won, he was naturally happy. City Lord Yan, where are my friends? Lu Ming asked. The city lord of Jiangma City wore a smile upon hearing this. Your friends are currently cultivating in seclusion. They will most likely take some time to come out from their seclusion. Brother Lu, you should stay here for a while, haha. Seclusion? Lu Ming's face darkened and a cold light flashed in his eyes. The city lord was lying. It wouldn't take much time for him to compete with Ape Devil City. Autumn Moon and the others would never choose to go into seclusion at this time. Moreover, the three of them were going into seclusion together. City Lord Yan, where are my friends? I want to see them. Lu Ming raised his voice. It was obvious that he didn't believe the city lord. Brother Lu, they are really in seclusion, the city lord of Jiangma City said. Bang! A powerful aura burst out from Lu Ming's body and filled the hall with a terrifying aura. Yan Ji's face changed and he immediately backed away behind the city lord of Jiangma City. The city lord of Jiangma City's expression darkened as his expression changed rapidly. Tell me, where are my friends? Don't try to fool me with the excuse that they are in seclusion. Lu Ming's voice was filled with a cold murderous intent. Sigh. The city lord of Jiangma City suddenly let out a sigh and said, that's right, they are not in seclusion. They are no longer in Jiangma City. Not in Jiangma City? What do you mean? Lu Ming's voice turned colder as he tried his best to suppress the anger in his heart. Someone took them away. The city lord of Jiangma City said. Who? Lu Ming asked. Brother Lu Ming, it's better if you don't ask. You can't afford to offend them. The city lord of Jiangma City said. Tell me, who is it? Lu Ming yelled. Brother Lu Ming, you'd better leave now. Just treat your friends as dead. The city lord of Jiangma City said. Bang! 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 His words caused Lu Ming's aura to become even more violent, like a volcano that was about to erupt. Tell me. Lu Ming's voice was cold and filled with a cold murderous intent. His patience had reached its limit. Sigh, since Brother Lu is so stubborn, I will tell you. The city lord of Jiangma City sighed and took a few steps forward. He approached Lu Ming as if he was going to tell Lu Ming something. However, when the city lord of Jiangma City approached Lu Ming, his eyes emitted a cold murderous intent as he shouted, Die! Whoosh! A demonic saber was thrust at Lu Ming's forehead. You're courting death. Lu Ming was infuriated. His divine power erupted like a volcano. At the same time, the battle formula was activated, which increased his combat power by 4 times. An ice chain flew out from between his eyebrows and blocked the attack of the city lord of Jiangma City. The city lord of Jiangma City quickly retreated after his attack failed. He brought Yan Ji far away. Chapter 2953. Do it. The city lord of the Jiang Demon City yelled after retreating far enough with Yan Ji. Whoosh! 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 As soon as the city lord of the Jiang Demon City finished his words, many figures appeared from all directions. There were more than 3,000 demon generals surrounding the area. Not even a drop of water could trickle through. Furthermore, the positions of the demon generals and guards were all orderly. Over 3,000 demon generals and guards had set up a grand formation. The city lord of the Jiang Demon City was prepared and had no intention of letting Lu Ming go. My friend, where are you? Lu Ming asked again. His killing intent had reached its peak. Hee, I don't mind telling you. Your friends have been taken away by the people of the Demon City. I was the one who informed them to come. The city lord of the Jiang Demon City sneered. Why? Lu Ming suppressed his anger and asked. He needed more information to save Chiu Moon and the others. Why? Ha ha ha, let me tell you. The Demon King of the Night has placed a demonic soul curse on every city lord of the Acropolis. This curse has been tormenting me all the time, and only those who have made great contributions can get rid of this curse. Do you understand? Your friends are very talented. If you give them to the Demon City, they will be the best materials to become demon slaves. Ha ha ha. The city lord of the Jiang Demon City laughed maniacally. Lu Ming understood that the city lord of the Jiang Demon City had given Chiu Moon, Wu Zifeng, and Yu Linglong to the Demon City to get rid of the demonic soul curse. I helped you get the spiritual liquid lake back, and this is how you repay me? Lu Ming said coldly. It's every man for himself. I can be freed by sacrificing you. What's wrong with that? As long as I take you down and give you to the Demon King, he will definitely get rid of the demonic soul curse. Ha ha ha. The city lord of the Jiang Demon City laughed. His face was full of anticipation, as if he could already see the moment when the demonic soul curse was removed. You deserve to die. Lu Ming said coldly, his voice incomparably cold. At this moment, his desire to kill the city lord of Jiangma City had reached its peak. He truly did not expect the Jiangma City's city master to be so despicable. No wonder he suggested that Chiu Autumn Moon and the rest stay here. It turned out that he had already planned everything. He didn't even want to let Lu Ming off. Lu Ming, you do have some strength, but I've already made preparations. I've laid down the Demon Guard formation and gathered the strength of 3,600 Demon Guards. It's more than enough to suppress you. Attack! The city lord of Jiangma City roared. Kill! Kill! A total of 3,600 demon guards roared, and their godly energy converged in a strange way, forming a giant hand that slammed down on Lu Ming, wanting to suppress Lu Ming. The power of the palm was at least at the 9th layer heavenly god realm. Boom! Lu Ming rushed up, activating the battle character's secret art to quadruple his battle prowess. A spear light pierced through the air and collided with the giant palm. The palm shuddered violently, before it shattered into pieces. However, it was only the first wave of attacks from the enemy. Following it, more palm strikes were formed, suppressing Lu Ming continuously. Lu Ming kept executing the sky-breaking move. Wisps of spear glows soared into the sky, shattering the palm strikes. The two sides were in a stalemate. That strong? The city lord of Jiangma City wore an astounded look. The power of the Demon Guard formation was enough to suppress an ordinary 9th layer heavenly god realm cultivator, but Lu Ming was still standing. He was utterly shocked by Qin Nan's strength. Activate the second wave of attacks from the Demon Guard formation. The city lord of Jiangma City yelled. The 3,600 demon guards immediately began to move. They gathered the godly qi of the heavens and earth in a strange pattern, increasing the power of the formation. Lu Ming immediately lost his footing. His spear glows were suppressed. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, no matter how strong you are, you will still be suppressed by me. The city lord of Jiangma City burst out laughing in excitement. The stronger Lu Ming was, the more attention he would receive after he was presented to the Demon Emperor of the Night, thus it would be easier for him to get rid of the demon soul curse. Bang! Bang! The city lord of Jiangma City stepped forward and charged at Lu Ming. Runes appeared on his body, forming runes that formed runes. They were the demon's soul curse. Even though the demon's soul curse was constantly tormenting him, it could temporarily improve his strength once he used it. As he executed the demon's soul curse, the curses began to roar like demons. The city lord of Jiangma City's strength had risen to the 9th layer heavenly god realm. Bang! He cooperated with the Demon Guard formation and threw a punch at Lu Ming. You will all die. A cold voice burst out from Lu Ming's mouth. He had not revealed all his trump cards since he came to the Demon Capital Mountain, as he was planning to use them at the crucial moment. However, he had no choice but to use them now. Roar! A roar burst out from Lu Ming's mouth. It was the roar of an ancient god. Lu Ming's body rapidly grew, turning into a blue-armored ancient god that was a few hundred meters tall. The main hall of the city lord mansion crumbled under Lu Ming's enormous body, sending debris flying everywhere. What's that? The 100-meter-tall ancient god stood in the sky above the city lord mansion. It was hard not to attract attention. Many people in Jiangma City looked at Lu Ming in shock. Bang! After turning into a young ancient god, Lu Ming's strength skyrocketed, and he swept out with his giant spear. Bang! 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 The attacks coming at Lu Ming from all directions exploded and turned into rolling waves of energy that were swept back by Lu Ming's spear. Immediately, at least several hundred demon generals screamed miserably as their bodies exploded, dying on the spot. The city lord of Jiangma City grunted as he was swept by the spear. He was knocked back and vomited blood. How is this possible? How is this possible? Looking at the 100-meter-tall ancient god, the city lord of Jiangma City screamed in horror. Lu Ming still has such a trump card. He is so powerful. Is he still human? Kill. 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 Lu Ming roared as he used the moon-slashing move. The long spear swept out, and the crescent-shaped spear radiance covered half of the area. Puff. Puff. The demon guard formation could not withstand a single blow and was broken. In this direction, at least 1,000 devil generals died under the spear lights without even having the chance to scream. Monster, monster, the city lord of Jiangma City trembled violently, and his face was filled with horror. Yan Ji was in an even worse state. He broke out in cold sweat as he looked at Lu Ming, who was like a god of war, and almost what himself. Let's go, let's go. The city lord of Jiangma City came to his senses and tried to escape with Yan Ji. However, Lu Ming would not let him escape. Stay here. Lu Ming roared as his long spear pressed down like a mountain towards the city lord of Jiangma City. Rumble. The spear radiance was thousands of miles long. As it pressed down, the city lord mansion exploded and was razed to the ground. Chapter 2954. Block it. Block it. The city lord of the Jiangma City yelled. The demonic soul curse on his body burned fiercely like flames as he unleashed his full strength. At that moment, the city lord of the Jiangma City had unleashed his full strength, surpassing the strength of an ordinary ninth-layer heaven god. He swung his hands forward, forming two giant palms that slammed forward in an attempt to block Lu Ming's attack. However, Lu Ming's combat strength had grown tremendously after transforming into the ancient god body. How could the city lord possibly resist it? Bang! The spear glow struck the palms heavily. The palms only managed to resist it for a brief moment before they shattered into pieces and dissipated into energy. The giant spear glow struck the city lord of the Jiangma City heavily. The city lord of the Jiangma City cried out in agony as the ground cracked open, leaving a giant trail of spear marks on the ground. The city lord of the Jiangma City was embedded in the ground like a pile of mud. Almost all of his bones were broken. His body had almost exploded as blood spurted out from his mouth. He was severely injured and on the verge of death. As for Yan Ji, he had already turned into a pile of flesh after being struck by the spear glow. He was deader than dead. Run, run quickly. Quick. When the remaining demon generals saw this scene, they screamed in fear and fled in all directions. Die, all of you. Lu Ming yelled with a strong murderous intent. He executed the Nine Heavens Kunpeng technique and chased after the demonic generals while lashing out with his spear. The demonic generals were unable to resist Lu Ming's attacks after the formation was broken. They exploded one after another. Spare us, spare us. Many demonic generals begged for mercy. However, Lu Ming's eyes were cold and merciless as he continued to attack and reap their lives. In just a short while, all 3,600 demonic generals were killed by Lu Ming. None of them were left alive. Following this, Lu Ming's figure flashed and landed beside the city lord of the Jiangma City. Don't kill me, the city lord of the Jiangma city yelled. At that moment, there was no hatred in his heart, only fear. Tell me, how can I save my friends? Lu Ming's cold voice was heard. I don't know. They were taken to Demon City. I don't know where they will be taken to. The city lord of Jiangma city shouted. Then die. Lu Ming said coldly. Wait, don't you want to enter Demon City? Also, if you want to save your friend, you'll have to enter Demon Capital City. I have a token here that will allow you to enter Demon Capital City. As long as you let me go, I'll give you the token. The city lord of Jiangmo City shouted. You have no right to negotiate with me. Hand it over. Lu Ming coldly shouted. No, unless you don't kill me, I will never give it to you. The Jiangma City's city lord shouted. This was his only chance to save his life. How could he say it out loud? Let's see if you'll tell me or not. Lu Ming snorted coldly. He stretched out his hand. An array of divine energy rushed into the Jiangma city lord's forehead, rushing towards his soul. Ah, the city lord of Jiang Demon City let out a shrill scream. He felt as if his soul was about to be torn apart. Are you going to hand it over? Lu Ming asked. No, come on, this little bit of torture is nothing compared to the torture of the demon's soul curse seal. If you don't let me go, don't even think about getting the token. The city lord of Jiang Demon City shouted. He had been tortured by the demon's soul curse seal for many years, and his endurance was amazing. This kind of method was ineffective against him. Hee, do you think I can't get it if you don't hand it over? Your token must be hidden in your storage ring, right? Lu Ming smiled faintly. The city lord of Jiang Demon City's face turned pale. Lu Ming knew that he had guessed correctly. No, the city lord of Jiang Demon City shouted, but it was too late. Poochie. A ray of spear light pierced through the city lord's forehead, killing him completely. Then, Lu Ming took off the city lord's storage ring and searched it. In the next moment, Lu Ming waved his hand, and 9 different tokens appeared in the air. What kind of token is the token to enter the Demon City? Lu Ming frowned. Just ask someone and you will know. Lu Ming laughed self-deprecatingly. He grabbed the air and an old man in the distance was dragged over by Lu Ming. Sir, spare me, spare me. The old man screamed and begged for mercy. He was almost scared to death. At this moment, he was regretting it. If he knew this would happen, he wouldn't have come to watch the show. Which token is needed to enter Demon Capital City? Lu Ming pointed at the 9 tokens and asked. So that's the question. The old man let out a long sigh of relief. He quickly pointed at a golden token and said, this one. With this token, you can freely enter and exit the Demon City. You can even bring 5 people with you. Alright, get lost. Lu Ming swung his hand and threw the old man far away. Then, Lu Ming put away the 9 tokens and soared into the sky, leaving Demon General City. After Lu Ming left, Demon General City fell into chaos. The city lord's mansion was razed to the ground, and the city lord and several thousand demon general guards were killed. This was a huge matter. One could imagine what kind of uproar it would cause. Ape Devil City. The Ape Devil City's city lord was shocked when he heard the news. Who destroyed Demon General City? The Demon Ape City's city lord asked with fear on his face. Since the other party could destroy Demon General City, they could also destroy him. This made him tremble with fear. However, the answer he got was that he didn't know. No one knew who had annihilated the Demon General City. All the Demon General guards who had seen Lu Ming had been killed. The other onlookers only saw Lu Ming's ancient god appearance and didn't see Lu Ming's true body. Therefore, rumors started to spread. Some said that Demon General City's city lord had offended an ancient god and was exterminated by the ancient god. The more the rumors spread, the more exaggerated they became. The Demon Ape City's city lord spent a few days in fear and anxiety. When he found that everything was fine, he let out a long sigh of relief. After Lu Ming left Demon General City, he returned to his normal form and found a secluded place to rest for a few days. Then, he headed in the direction of Demon Capital City. Demon Capital City was located at the center of Demon Capital Mountain and was surrounded by 36 citadels. It was a grand and majestic city. Demon Capital City had a total of 4 city gates, one each in the north, south, east, and west. All of them were heavily guarded. Unless one was a citizen of Demon Capital City or had a recommendation token, no one could enter. Lu Ming arrived at the west gate and stepped in. Stop! A team of burly men in iron armor stood in front of Lu Ming, blocking his way. Token. One of the burly men who looked like a captain was even more direct. His cold eyes stared at Lu Ming, ready to attack if the situation went wrong. Lu Ming's palm glowed, and a golden token appeared. The other party glanced at the golden token and his expression eased a little. He nodded and said, "Go in." After saying that, he stepped aside. Lu Ming stepped forward and walked into Demon Capital City. There were huge stone houses built in Demon Capital City. They were hundreds of meters tall and looked magnificent. There weren't many people in Demon Capital City. Almost all of them were subordinates and family members under the command of the Dark Knight Demon King. Chapter 2955. How do I find Autumn Moon and the others? Lu Ming frowned and thought. He found a place to stay and asked around for information. Unfortunately, Lu Ming had no clue after a few days, which made Lu Ming a little anxious. The more time passed, the more dangerous Autumn Moon and the others were. Lu Ming wanted to kill his way to the City Lord's mansion. However, there were many experts in the City Lord's mansion, and there were probably many who were close to the Godly King level. Moreover, there was the Dark Knight Demon King. The gap between a heavenly god and a godly king was huge. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, he would probably die if he encountered a godly king. This matter could only be discussed in the long run. However, a few days later, Lu Ming heard a piece of news that made his eyes light up. Soon, the Great Battle of Magic City would be held in Magic City. This was the second time Lu Ming heard the term, Great Battle of Magic City. The first time he heard it was when Yan Ji saw him. At that time, Lu Ming did not pay attention to it, so he did not understand it in detail. This time, Lu Ming understood it in detail. The Great Battle of Magic City was a competition for the younger generation of Magic City Mountain, and it was personally held by the Dark Knight Demon King. In the past, it was a method for the Dark Knight Demon King to select talents. However, the Great Battle of Magic City this time was different. This time, it was because the Dark Knight Demon King had a daughter who had peerless talent. She was young, but her combat strength was shocking, and she was also a beauty. Therefore, the Dark Knight Demon King spread the news that the Great Battle of Magic City this time would be open to the public. The geniuses outside of Magic City Mountain could also participate. As long as they were in the top 10, they would be rewarded with a caddy of demonic night spring. This was a great temptation. That was because the demonic night spring had a great nourishing effect on the soul of a cultivator. After using it for a long time, the soul would become stronger and more condensed, and the spiritual consciousness would also become stronger. However, the production of the demonic night spring was very low. On average, it would only produce a caddy of it every 100 years. The supply could not meet the demand. The reward of a caddy of demonic night spring after entering the top 10 was a great temptation. Not only were the geniuses of Magic City Mountain rubbing their palms, but even the geniuses outside of Magic City Mountain rushed over after hearing the news. No wonder I met that woman. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He thought of the woman with a snake coiled around her arm that the Demon Ape City had invited. It was very likely that she was also here for the battle in Demonic City. In addition, the top 10 geniuses could join the Demon Capital City as long as they were willing to. Their status would be second only to the Demon King of the Night, second only to the Demon King of the Night. In addition, the person who defeated the Dark Knight Devil King's daughter and obtained first place would not only be able to obtain 5 kilograms of demonic night spring water, but also obtain the opportunity to date the Dark Knight Devil King's daughter. The Demon King wants to expand his power. Some people discussed in private. Recruiting foreign geniuses, conferring the title of Demon Monarch, and even choosing the most elite geniuses to date his daughter, this was clearly an attempt to expand their influence and increase the strength of the demon capital mountain. "First place is mine," Lu Ming muttered. He wasn't interested in the 5 kilograms of demonic night spring, nor was he interested in the Night Devil King's daughter's beauty. He just wanted a chance to get close to the Night Devil King's daughter. As long as he could get close to the daughter of the Night Demon King, he would have a chance to find out where Autumn Moon and the others were being held. Therefore, he had to get first place in the Battle of Demon Capital. The Battle of Demon Capital would take place half a month later. In the following period, the Demon Capital city became lively. That was because the city was now open to the outside world. As long as the prodigies displayed enough strength, they would be able to enter the demon city without needing a token. Therefore, during this period of time, some young figures could be seen on the streets of the demon capital city from time to time. There were both men and women with imposing appearances. At first glance, one could tell that they were extraordinary. "Kid, it's you." Suddenly, a sharp cry sounded. Lu Ming looked in the direction of the voice and frowned. He saw a familiar person. It was the woman with the snake wrapped around her arm. Enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road. Beside the woman with the snake wrapped around her arm was a young man. This person was burly and his hair was tied up in small braids. The most eye-catching thing was that there was a snake wrapped around each of his arms. One of the snakes was as red as blood, while the other was as white as snow. The 2 large snakes flicked their tongues and stared coldly at Lu Ming. "Junior sister, is this the kid who killed your Lil Green?" The young man with the braids asked loudly as he looked at Lu Ming ferociously. "Yes, senior brother. It's him. I want him to pay with his life." The woman with the snake wrapped around her arm looked at Lu Ming with deep hatred. "He's dead meat." The man with the braids smiled ferociously and strode toward Lu Ming with a powerful aura emanating from his body. "Kid, the one who killed you is Wu Shui." Wu Shui shouted and pressed down on Lu Ming with his palm. His palm expanded rapidly and his 5 fingers seemed to have turned into 5 giant pythons that attacked Lu Ming. The powerful pressure spread in all directions, causing many people to retreat. 8th level Heavenly God Realm, Divine Grade Divine Power. As soon as the other party attacked, Lu Ming felt his strength. Such strength was shocking. He was definitely a top genius from the 9 Heavens Heavenly King Palace. In an instant, Lu Ming activated the battle character art and quadrupled his combat strength. The 10 types of divine force in his body roared wildly as he threw out a punch. Roar! A 9-clawed divine dragon flew out, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It pounced towards the other party and collided with the other party's palm. Break! Wu Shui hollered and exerted force. With a loud bang, Lu Ming's 9-clawed divine dragon dharma characteristic dissipated. His body shook violently and he retreated continuously. He only managed to stabilize himself after retreating for more than 10 steps. An 8th level Heavenly God Realm Divine Sun was too powerful. For example, during the competition between the 9 Heavenly King Palace and the Qin Tian Star Field, the other party had sent out an 8th level Heavenly God Realm Divine Sun. Although Lu Ming had defeated him, that was after he had transformed into his ancient god body. Without transforming into his ancient god body, Lu Ming was still no match for him. Therefore, it was normal for him to be pushed back by Wu Shui. "Not bad to be able to survive my attack, but you still won't be able to escape death." Wu Shui let out a hideous grin as his murderous intent intensified. He was about to attack Lu Ming again. "Stop it." At that instant, a loud roar was heard. Following it, a group of figures in metal armor flew over and surrounded the place. "You two, fighting is not allowed in the demonic city. Please give us some face. If there's a conflict between us, let's fight outside the demonic city." One of the bulky men stepped forward and brought his fists together at Lu Ming and Wu Shui. Humph. Wu Shui harumphed and withdrew his aura. In the demonic city, he had no choice but to give the demon of the night some face. Besides, he had another purpose in coming here. It was not the right time to alert the enemy. Since the demonic city guard has spoken, I'll let this kid go for now. Wu Shui said with a cold smile. Chapter 2956. Wu Shui sneered and looked at Lu Ming. Kid, consider yourself lucky. You're also here to participate in the Great Battle of Magic City, right? Very well, I hope you don't meet me in the Great Battle of Magic City. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Junior sister, let's go. After saying that, Wu Shui and the woman with the snake wrapped around her arm left. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Lucky? Who's the lucky one here? Lu Ming turned around and left as well. Nothing much happened in the next few days. Instead, the number of foreign sky prides in Magic City increased. Many of these foreign sky prides had grudges with each other in the past, so it was inevitable that they would clash when they met. Therefore, during this period, the Magic City guards stepped up their patrols. Meanwhile, Lu Ming still did not have any clues about Mid-Autumn Moon, Wu Zifeng, and Yu Linglong. He was in a bad mood. Finally, it was time for the Great Battle of Magic City. On this day, outside the city governor's mansion of Magic City, there was a huge crowd in a huge open space. Many people in Magic City had come to watch. The open space was surrounded by armored Magic City guards. The city governor has arrived. A shout was heard, and then a group of people flew out. The leader was a burly man in a black magic robe. This person had an extraordinary aura, and there was a faint kingly aura around him. At first glance, one could tell that he was a divine king. This person was the city governor of Magic City, the Dark Knight Demon King. Next to the Dark Knight Demon King was a young woman. This woman looked to be in her 20s. She had a great figure, and her long, slender legs were white and smooth. They were alluring. Her curves were perfect, and her breasts looked like they were about to burst. Her face was also beautiful. What a beautiful woman. What a seductive woman. Is this woman the Dark Knight Demon King's daughter? Many men's eyes burned when they saw this woman, and certain parts of their bodies reacted. I heard that in this great battle of Magic City, as long as you defeat the Dark Knight Demon King's daughter and get first place, you can date her and even have a chance to become the Dark Knight Demon King's son-in-law. How can I miss such a beauty? First place is mine. First place is mine. In the crowd, many of the geniuses from other places had fiery eyes. They rubbed their fists and palms together, wanting to take first place. Everyone, quiet down. The Dark Knight Demon King stood in the air. With a wave of his hand, everyone quieted down. I am Dark Knight Sky. Dark Knight Demon King introduced himself. Dark Knight Sky was his name. This is my woman, Dark Knight Rose. The Dark Knight Demon King pointed at the enchanting woman beside him and introduced. Everyone nodded. This alluring woman was indeed the daughter of the Night Devil King. I believe that everyone has already heard about the rules of the Great Battle of Shanghai. However, I would like to re-announce them now. This battle will be divided into 32 fighting stages. At this point, the Night Devil King waved his hand and 32 balls of light flew out from his sleeves. After flying out, they expanded rapidly and turned into 32 huge battle stages, floating in the air. 32 battle stages. You can enter any one of them. Once you get on the battle stage, you can kill each other. The last one to remain on the battle stage will be the one to successfully advance. There will be a total of 32 geniuses who will advance. The Night Demon King announced. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. This rule was simple, but it was also extremely cruel. There were 32 battle stages, and there would definitely be a lot of people fighting for each stage. However, only one person would be able to win at the end of each battle stage. The 32 people who advance will fight in pairs. Those who enter the top 10 will be rewarded with 500 grams of demonic night spring. At the same time, they can also join the demon capital mountain and immediately become a demon overlord, second only to me. The first place will be rewarded with 5 grams of demonic night spring and have a chance to date my daughter. The demon of the night briefly explained the rules. Many people's eyes were burning. For many geniuses from other places, becoming a demon overlord of the demon capital mountain wasn't attractive at all. To them, the demonic night spring was attractive. Of course, a beauty like Dark Night Rose was naturally attractive as well. Alright, now, let the battle begin. The Night Demon King announced. Whoosh! Whoosh! As soon as his voice fell, many people rushed out and rushed towards the 32 battle stages. There were people on each battle stage. Get out, this battle stage is mine. You're the one who should get out. Kill. Instantly, every battle stage erupted into an intense battle. Many people were attacking each other. Puff. Ah. Blood spurted out and screams were heard. Immediately, some people were killed and fell on the battle stage. The battle was extremely tragic. However, most of the people who attacked at the beginning were the local geniuses of the demon capital mountain. Many outsiders had yet to attack. After a while, an outsider prodigy finally made his move. Get out of my way. A burly man with a battle saber slashed out and a shocking saber light flashed across the void. 7 or 8 youths were slashed by the saber light and died immediately. What a powerful cultivation. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. The burly young man's cultivation had reached the 8th heaven god realm and he was also a divine son. The burly young man charged onto the battle stage and no one was his match. More than a dozen people died at his hands. The others' faces changed as they knew that they were too weak. They could only leave the battle stage and fight their way to the other battle stages. Since the burly young man was so powerful, the other geniuses naturally wouldn't compete with him. They all flew to the other battle stages. Whoosh! Whoosh! More and more geniuses joined the battle and the battles on each battle stage were extremely tragic. Boom! On another battle stage, Wu Shue's body was covered in a bloody mist. Those who were touched by the bloody mist screamed and fell on the battle stage without any signs of life. Many people were frightened and ran away from Wu Shue. Ha ha ha, what a bunch of trash. I'll take this battle stage and the Dark Night Rose. Wu Shue laughed. He didn't hide his voice and it spread across the entire area. Many of the local youths of the demon capital mountain looked pale but there was nothing they could do. Whoosh! Whoosh! On another battle stage, a black-robed young man with a long spear in his hand was also extremely powerful. He was invincible and occupied a battle stage to himself. Gradually, some terrifying people appeared on each battle stage. What terrifying strength! Most of these geniuses aren't from the Chu Tian star field. That's right. Most of them are from the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion. What's going on? Why are there so many powerful geniuses from the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion? A few elders from the demon capital mountain were discussing in the crowd and they were surprised. They thought that this time, it would attract some geniuses from the Chu Tian star field. They didn't expect that even the geniuses from the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion would come. Chapter 2957. Perhaps Mrs. reputation has spread to the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion and attracted so many geniuses. The old men discussed and felt that it was highly possible. Dark Night Rose was extremely beautiful and had shown great talent over the years. Her cultivation had skyrocketed and her reputation had spread far and wide. Lu Ming listened from the side and was not in a hurry to make a move. Rose, you should make a move too. The Dark Night Demon King said to Dark Night Rose. All right. Dark Night Rose nodded and took a step forward towards one of the fighting stages. Miss Rose, you want to make a move too? I won't go easy on you. Miss Rose, you should go down by yourself. I can't bear to attack a beauty like you. A few young men teased. However, they could not laugh in the next moment as they were left on the fighting stages forever. Dark Night Rose had made a move. She stretched out her slender fingers and pointed them out continuously. Terrifying finger forces killed those young men who were teasing her. The others gasped and retreated. Dark Knight Rose's terrifying strength shocked many people. Wu Shui, as well as the bulky youth holding a warblade, and the others all revealed surprised expressions. They didn't expect the Dark Knight Rose's strength to be so shocking. It's about time to make a move. Lu Ming stepped forward and walked towards one of the fighting stages. There were no powerful experts on this fighting stage. Dong! Lu Ming landed on the fighting stage and someone immediately stared at him. A level 3 heavenly god dares to come up here? Die! A skinny young man shouted and slashed at Lu Ming with his sword. A long spear appeared in Lu Ming's hands silently. Void piercing, with a thought, a spear radiance shot out. Puff! The skinny young man's forehead was pierced and he died on the spot. However, the death of one person did not cause fear in the others. Instead, a few young men charged towards Lu Ming. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Ming shook his long spear, and immediately, several spear lights burst forth. Then, these youths would forever remain on the fighting stage. As a result, it alerted the other youths who were fighting on the battle stage. This brat is difficult to deal with. Let's kill him together. Alright, let's kill him together. In an instant, the other youths on the fighting ring, at least a dozen of them, charged towards Lu Ming. You're courting death. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. His divine power surged wildly as he brandished his spear. The spear light was as huge as a mountain range, sweeping out in all directions. As the spear light swept through, cries of agony filled the air. In an instant, more than a dozen youths were killed. On the fighting ring, the other cultivators' expressions changed drastically, revealing looks of fear. They hurriedly retreated, not daring to get close to Lu Ming. Get out of the fighting ring! Lu Ming bellowed, his aura surging. However, while some of the youths rushed down the battle stage, some of them stood at the edge of the battle stage, unwilling to give up. At this moment, many battle platforms were occupied by terrifying geniuses. If they went down, the other battle platforms wouldn't be theirs. If you don't scram, die. Lu Ming shouted coldly. He took a step forward, causing the battle platform to rumble. Lu Ming rushed out, his spear trembling as the spear light pierced through the air. A few more cries of agony sounded as several youths were killed. Seeing this scene, the remaining youths didn't dare to stay any longer and hurriedly rushed down the battle platform. In an instant, only Lu Ming was left on the battle platform. At this moment, more than half of the 32 battle platforms had finished their battles. On each battle platform, there was a powerful genius. Brat, you have some strength. Huh, that's good. At this moment, Wu Shui looked at Lu Ming and laughed. His gaze was ferocious. Now that Lu Ming had advanced, he would have a chance to kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He couldn't be bothered with Wu Shui and directly ignored him. Being ignored by Lu Ming, Wu Shui's face turned gloomy. Killing intent filled the air. Battles were still going on the other battle platforms, but not long after, the outcome was decided. The 32 battle platforms were all occupied by people. There are so many foreign geniuses. Demon Capital Mountain only occupied 2 of the 32 seats. That's right. At least half of them aren't from Chu Tian's star field. I've never heard of them before. They must be from the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Palace. Many people in Demon Capital Mountain were discussing. The Dark Knight Demon King was also deep in thought. No one knew what he was thinking. Alright, now that the top 32 have been decided, we will now proceed to the one-on-one battles. We will draw lots to decide the battles. The Dark Knight Demon King's voice sounded. Then, he waved his hand and the 32 battle platforms in the air flew up to the sides. Then, another battle platform flew out of the Dark Knight Demon King's sleeve. This battle platform was bigger than all the previous ones. It floated in the air and became the main battle platform for the upcoming battles. Then, it was time to draw lots. Each of the fighting platforms that Lu Ming and the rest occupied had a serial number. They were numbered from 1 to 32. For example, Lu Ming's battle platform was numbered 16. The Dark Knight Demon King drew lots, and the two numbers he drew would be the ones to fight. Number 16, number 28. The Dark Knight Demon King announced after drawing lots. "I'll be the first one." Lu Ming smiled and flew to the main battle platform. However, he was stunned when he flew to the main battle platform. His opponent was the woman with the snake wrapped around her arm. "Humph, I admit defeat." The woman could only admit that she was unlucky when she saw Lu Ming. She had already fought with Lu Ming and knew that she was no match for Lu Ming. She might as well admit defeat. She admitted defeat. Some people were surprised when the woman with the snake wrapped around her arm admitted defeat. After all, the woman with the snake wrapped around her arm was a 6th-level celestial god realm divine son. Lu Ming was only a 3rd-level celestial god. The woman with the snake wrapped around her arm surrendered without a fight. It seems that this kid can't be underestimated. Maybe he has some terrifying means. The Skyprides on the other battle platforms thought to themselves. They couldn't help but look at Lu Ming a few more times. The woman with the snake wrapped around her arm rushed down the battle platform and admitted defeat. The Dark Knight Demon King kept her battle platform. Lu Ming, on the other hand, returned to the 16th fighting ring. Then, the competition continued. For example, the burly young man with the saber and the black-robed young man with the long spear were very powerful. They defeated their opponents easily. In addition, Wu Shui and the Dark Knight Rose were also very powerful. They crushed their opponents. Of course, there were also some who were evenly matched. The battle was very intense. There were even some who fought for over 1,000 moves before the outcome was decided. After a few days, the first round ended and the top 16 were born. Then, the second round began. The second round was the same as the first round. It was also decided by drawing lots. Many people were nervous and expectant. As long as they passed the second round, they would be able to enter the top 10. If they entered the top 10, they would get a pound of demonic night spring. This was a great harvest. Number 16 versus number 11. The Dark Knight Demon King announced. Chapter 29:58. In the second round, it was Lu Ming's turn to fight again. In this round, Lu Ming's opponent was a young man in a blood-red robe. He was a peak level 6 celestial god realm god and possessed divine grade divine power. He was stronger than Jian Dao Wuji and Mo Jui from Qing Tian Star Field. Wild Blood Blade. The young man in a blood-red robe wouldn't admit defeat. However, he didn't dare to be careless when facing Lu Ming when he saw the woman with a snake around her arm admit defeat. He immediately used his killing move. Blade shadows filled the sky and shrouded Lu Ming, trying to kill Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming had quadrupled his combat strength. Boom! The fighting stage shook and spear radiance shot into the sky. The blood-red blade shadows in the sky were instantly shattered. The young man in a blood-red robe screamed and flew out of the fighting stage while vomiting blood. He was defeated in one move. What terrifying combat strength! Around them, many people sucked in cold breaths. Especially those from Demon Capital Mountain. They had never seen such a powerful genius before, so they were naturally dumbfounded. Even Wu Shui and the others looked solemn. It was shocking that a level 3 celestial god realm god could display such combat strength. He's really powerful. On one of the fighting stages, Anya Rose licked her red lips. Her eyes were burning with a trace of greed. After Lu Ming won, he moved and returned to the number 16 fighting ring. Then, the competition continued. The burly young man with a battle blade was called Pei Lin. He was a level 8 celestial god realm god and defeated a level 7 celestial god realm god. The young man in a black robe who used a long spear was called Su Mu. He also defeated his opponent and won. Then, Wu Shui and Anya rose one after another. Soon, the top 8 were decided. However, there were still 2 spots left for the top 10. They had to choose from the 8 who had just lost. Thus, the 8 people that had been defeated went through another round of competition. In the end, 2 people were chosen, making a total of 10 people. I've said that if you enter the top 10, you'll get a pound of demonic night spring water. Now, I'll give you the demonic night spring water. After saying that, the Dark Night Demon King waved his hand and a jade bottle appeared in front of him. The jade bottle was almost transparent, and one could see what was inside. Inside the jade bottle was a black liquid. Many people looked at the jade bottle with burning eyes. Inside was the demonic night spring, which could nurture and strengthen one's soul. It was priceless. Of course, even though it was hot, no one dared to make a move. The Dark Night Demon King waved his hand, and 10 jade bottles flew out, respectively flying towards Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming waved his hand, and a jade bottle appeared in his hand. Then, he quietly put it away. Alright, the competition will continue. It's still a 2-on-1 battle. Dark Night Demon King announced, and then began to draw lots. Number 1, number 6. The Night Demon King announced. This time, Lu Ming was no longer the first to appear. Number 1, Pei Lin. Number 6 was a 7th level celestial god expert. The two of them fought fiercely, but in the end, Pei Lin's cultivation was higher and he won. Number 16, number 2. The Night Demon King announced again. It was Lu Ming's turn now. Lu Ming flew to the main fighting ring. With a flicker, a young man in a black robe also jumped onto the fighting ring. It's him. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. The young man in a black robe was the young man who used a long spear. His name was Su Mu. You and I both use long spears. Unfortunately, your cultivation is too weak. You're no match for me. Su Mu was very confident. He indeed had the right to be confident. His cultivation was at the peak of the 7th level of the celestial god realm, but his strength was exceptionally strong. Even geniuses of the same level as him were no match for him, not to mention that Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the 3rd level of the celestial god realm. No matter how strong Lu Ming was, he could still defeat Lu Ming. It's too early to say that. We'll know after the battle. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Then I'll fulfill your wish. Divine Thunderbolt Spear Technique. Su Mu yelled, and a wild aura burst out from his body. Whoosh! A dazzling spear gleam transformed into a bolt of black lightning and charged toward Lu Ming. It was so fast that it might not be slower than lightning. At the same time, Lu Ming made his move too. He had quadrupled his strength and used the space-breaking technique. A spear glow stabbed at his opponent like a meteor. Ding! It was like a meteor and a black lightning collided on the fighting ring, resulting in a deafening explosion. Following it, a strong wind swept across the fighting ring. Spear glows burst out in all directions. The whole fighting ring was filled with colorful spear glows. Whoosh! Before the spear glows dissipated, the two figures were knocked back at the same time. The difference was that Su Mu only retreated about 100 meters before he stopped. Lu Ming, on the other hand, retreated a few thousand meters. Luckily, the fighting ring was big enough. Otherwise, Lu Ming would have been knocked out of the fighting ring. You want to fight with me with such strength? Get out of here! Su Mu bellowed. With a move, his body seemed to have disappeared into thin air. Then, in the fighting ring, streaks of black lightning charged toward Lu Ming. There were 108 black lightning bolts in total. These lightning bolts were all transformed by Su Mu's spear glow. The spear glow turned into black lightning. How wonderful! Lu Ming's heart stirred. It was the first time that Lu Ming had seen such a way of using a spear. There were all kinds of strange things in this world. It seems that I can only use the ancient god body. Lu Ming thought for a while and then used the ancient god tactics. With the roar of an ancient god, Lu Ming transformed into the ancient god body. However, he only transformed into an orange-armored ancient god. An orange-armored ancient god was enough to deal with Su Mu. That's the ancient god body. As soon as Lu Ming displayed the ancient god body, he was recognized. This guy has cultivated the ancient god body. Wu Shui narrowed his eyes. Lu Ming's strength was stronger than he had imagined. However, he was still confident that he could defeat Lu Ming. It would only take a little more effort. Space piercing. After transforming into the ancient god body, Lu Ming continuously cast the space piercing move. Beams of spear gleams burst forth and charged towards Sumu, colliding with the 108 black lightning bolts in the sky. Clang! 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 Sparks flew in all directions on the fighting ring. However, after transforming into the ancient god body, Lu Ming's battle strength soared and completely surpassed Sumu. After each collision, a black lightning bolt would collapse and disappear on the fighting ring. There were fewer and fewer black lightning bolts on the fighting ring. 107, 106, the speed of the reduction was amazing. After a while, there was only one black lightning bolt left on the fighting ring. Moon cutting. Lu Ming shouted and struck down with his spear. A crescent-shaped spear radiance cut the black lightning bolt. Boom! The black lightning bolt exploded. Then, Sumu's figure reappeared. His face was pale, and he vomited blood as his body was thrown back. Bang! Lu Ming stomped on the ground and chased after Sumu with his huge body. Chapter 29:59. I admit defeat. Seeing Lu Ming chasing after him, Sumu yelled and quickly admitted defeat. Even Ta's strongest move had been broken by Lu Ming. He was severely injured and did not dare to continue the battle. If he continued, he would only be tortured. Hearing Sumu's admission of defeat, Lu Ming did not continue to chase after him. He had no enmity with Sumu, so it was enough to defeat him. Sumu landed on the fighting ring and cupped his fists. Thank you. You're only a third-level heaven god. I'm impressed. Then, Sumu's figure flashed and rushed down the fighting ring. Lu Ming won the battle. This kid's battle strength is really shocking. Seeing Lu Ming defeat Sumu, Pei Lin and the others became serious. Then, the battles continued. The people who were going to fight next were all people with high cultivation and astonishing strength. Lu Ming could not help but sigh. After leaving the Qin Tian Star Zone and entering the Chu Tian Star Zone, it seemed that all the geniuses he met had divine force. It seemed that divine force had become the standard for geniuses. Sacred divine force was not enough. The intense battle lasted for 3 full days. In the end, Pei Lin, Wu Shui, Dark Knight Rose, a bald young man, and Lu Ming became the top 5. Then, it was the battle between the top 5. In this battle, the Dark Knight Demon King announced that Dark Knight Rose would not participate. Lu Ming, Pei Lin, Wu Shui, and the bald young man would compete. The others did not have any objections. To be able to make it this far, their goal was to get first place. Therefore, it did not matter who would not participate. The first battle, Lu Ming and Pei Lin. The Dark Knight Demon King announced. Lu Ming and Pei Lin jumped onto the fighting ring. The two did not say anything and immediately engaged in a fierce battle. Pei Lin was very strong, even stronger than Sumu. He had reached the 8th level heaven god realm. This time, Lu Ming had to transform into a green-armored ancient god to defeat Pei Lin. Damn it, how is this kid so strong? He didn't even use his full strength when fighting Sumu. Out of everyone present, Wu Shui was the most frustrated. Previously, he had said that he would kill Lu Ming, but now, he was becoming less and less confident. Then, Wu Shui fought against the bald youth. The battle between the two of them was extremely strange. Wu Shui's body was covered in a bloody mist that enveloped the entire battle stage. The bald young man was unable to display his full strength. He was only able to display about 60 to 70% of his full strength. He was easily defeated by Wu Shui. Kid, it's your turn next. After Wu Shui defeated the bald youth, he looked at Lu Ming provocatively. It also attacks the soul? Lu Ming whispered as a cold smile appeared on his face. Clearly, Wu Shue's attack method was very similar to that of the woman with the snake coiled around her arm. It could also directly attack the soul. Thus, his opponent couldn't display their full strength. However, Lu Ming was not afraid of this kind of attack at all because he had the quantifying character formula. In this way, the top three were determined. Next, the Dark Knight Rose will have a bye. The winner of the battle between Lu Ming and Wu Shui will be able to challenge the Dark Knight Rose. After defeating the Dark Knight Rose, he will be the champion of the Shanghai Grand Battle. If he can date my daughter, he will also receive 10 pounds of demonic night spring. The Dark Knight Demon announced. This made many people envious and jealous. 10 pounds of demonic night spring and a beauty like the Dark Knight Rose. It would be strange if they weren't jealous. In particular, some of the young men kept glancing at the sensitive parts of the Dark Knight Rose. Some parts of their bodies were already restless. They couldn't help it. The Dark Knight Rose was simply too alluring. Kid, come on. Wu Shui rushed onto the battle stage and looked at Lu Ming with a ferocious expression. As you wish. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He took a step forward and jumped onto the battle stage casually. Boom! As soon as Lu Ming jumped onto the battle stage, Wu Shui made his move. Wu Shui's entire body turned crimson red. From his pores, blood-red mist kept spewing out. In an instant, the entire battle stage was shrouded in blood-red mist. Lu Ming couldn't avoid it. He was shrouded in the blood-red mist. The blood-red mist seemed to have a mind of its own as it rushed towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming circulated his divine power and covered his body with 10 types of divine power to resist the blood-red mist. Sizzle! The blood-red mist was very similar to the mist of the woman with the snake wrapped around her arm. Lu Ming blocked it with 10 types of divine power, but he couldn't block much of it. Most of the mist rushed into Lu Ming's body and rushed towards the soul in his mind. Leave it to me, the voice of the quantifying character formula sounded. A devouring force erupted and devoured all the mist. As for Lu Ming, he stood there without moving. Junior sister Lien said that this kid is very strange and that the spirit refining chi doesn't seem to work on him. However, I don't believe that it has no effect at all. It's just that junior sister's cultivation is too low. Continue, continue. Wu Shui roared in his heart as he circulated his divine power. Through a special technique, his divine power was converted into spirit refining chi. The mist on the battle stage became thicker and thicker. In the end, one couldn't even see their fingers in front of them. At this moment, Lu Ming's body swayed as if he couldn't take it anymore. This kid finally can't take it anymore. Wu Shui was overjoyed. He shook his arms and the 2 large snakes on his arms silently crawled towards Lu Ming. When they got close to Lu Ming, the 2 large snakes suddenly expanded and turned into 2 large pythons. They pounced on Lu Ming and spat out 2 streams of poisonous gas. Before the poisonous gas arrived, a nauseating smell filled the entire area. I've been waiting for this. Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he sneered. With a thought, 9 ice chains flew out from his body. A bone-piercing chill spread out and layers of ice crystals appeared in the air. The poisonous gas spat out by the 2 large pythons was also frozen. Swoosh! Swoosh! The 9 ice chains wrapped around the 2 giant pythons, and the chill seeped into the bodies of the pythons, freezing them. The 2 large pythons writhed and struggled violently. Oh no! Wu Shui's face changed. He took a step forward and pounced on Lu Ming. Roar! At this moment, Lu Ming let out a loud roar and turned into his ancient god body. However, Lu Ming still held back. He turned into a green-armored ancient god. Buzz! The long spear vibrated and swept out. It hit the 2 large pythons. The 2 large pythons screamed and their bodies exploded. They died on the spot. Ah, damn it, I want you to die. Wu Shui roared and waved his hands. The fog in the fighting ring swirled and turned into 2 evil spirits. They slashed at Lu Ming. However, this kind of fog was useless against Lu Ming. He ignored the fog and attacked Wu Shui with his spear. Moon slashing. Lu Ming slashed out with his long spear. Red blood palm. Wu Shui also used his trump card. His body turned even redder and blood seemed to be flowing on the surface of his skin. Chapter 2960. However, although Wu Shui was a level 8 celestial god and had mastered divine power, his main attack was the Bloody Mist, which was his trump card. On the contrary, his frontal attack power was not very strong. His trump card was useless. Even Su Mu was not as strong as Wu Shui. Bang! Lu Ming's long spear collided with the crimson blood palm. The crimson blood palm only resisted for 2 breaths before it exploded. The spear radiance continued to hit Wu Shui's body. Wu Shui let out a blood-curdling scream as he was sent flying back, smashing heavily onto the battle stage. He slid for over 100 miles on the battle stage before flying out of the battle stage. Wu Shui was defeated. It was easier for Lu Ming to defeat Wu Shui. Everyone's eyes were focused on Lu Ming. Lu Ming had defeated Wu Shui. His next opponent was Dark Knight Rose. As long as he defeated Dark Knight Rose, Lu Ming would be the champion and even win the beauty's heart. There was a gust of fragrant wind. The Dark Knight Rose landed in front of Lu Ming. Dark Knight Rose was not wearing much. She had exposed everything except the parts that should not be exposed. Her skin was as white as jade and she was neither fat nor thin. She was full of elasticity. On top of that, she had a face that could turn the world upside down, which made her even more alluring. She scanned Lu Ming with her seductive eyes, looking very satisfied. However, for some unknown reason, Lu Ming's body tensed up involuntarily when Dark Knight Rose sized him up. It was as if he was facing a terrifying enemy. What's going on? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. His body reacted instinctively. It was a reaction in the face of danger. Dark Knight Rose gave him a terrifying sense of danger. Dark Knight Rose did not show any killing intent. Lu Ming was confused, but he did not show it on his face. He cupped his fists and said, "Please enlighten me. I admit defeat." Just when everyone thought that a fierce battle was about to break out, Dark Knight Rose's voice rang out. "What?" Everyone was stunned. Dark Knight Rose admitted defeat before the fight even started. What was going on? Could it be that Dark Knight Rose saw Lu Ming's strength and knew that she was no match for Lu Ming, so she admitted defeat? Someone guessed. I don't think that's right. The strength that Dark Knight Rose displayed before was simply unfathomable. She might be able to fight with Lu Ming, so why would she give up without a fight? I think that she has taken a fancy to that kid, so she might as well give up without a fight. Someone immediately retorted, leaving many people stunned. Don't tell me you've really fallen for me? Sigh, looks like being handsome is also a kind of trouble. Lu Ming muttered in his heart. Ha ha ha, good. Since Rose has admitted defeat, then I will announce that the first place is Lu Ming. Dark Knight Demon King laughed and stood up to announce. I'm so jealous. Countless people cast envious and jealous gazes at Lu Ming. Humph. Wu Shui snorted coldly, extremely unhappy. He stared at Lu Ming with murderous intent constantly flashing. At this time, Dark Knight Demon King took out another jade bottle. This jade bottle was much bigger than the previous one, and it also contained the demonic night spring. Lu Ming, here's 10 caddies of demonic night spring. It's your reward. With a wave of his hand, the demonic night spring flew towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming reached out and took it, then kept it in his storage ring. Lu Ming, let me ask you a question. Since you become the first place, are you willing to join Demon Capital Mountain and become the Demon King of Demon Capital Mountain? Dark Knight Demon King asked. I'm willing. Lu Ming didn't hesitate and directly nodded his head in agreement. You agree? Dark Knight Demon King was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Lu Ming to agree so readily. Yes, I agree. As Lu Ming said, his eyes involuntarily glanced at Dark Knight Rose, looking reluctant to leave. So that's how it is. Many people nodded. They knew that Lu Ming was charmed by Dark Knight Rose, which was why he agreed without hesitation. Indeed, how many men would be able to resist the temptation of a seductress like Dark Knight Rose who was so alluring? Dark Knight Demon King himself thought so too, and was immediately overjoyed. Then, Dark Knight Demon King asked the others who entered the top 10 if they were willing to join Demon Capital Mountain and become the Demon King. However, the reply he received was a shake of the head. Dark Knight Demon King was slightly disappointed, but he also understood that most of these geniuses came from some major forces. The position of Demon King couldn't move their hearts. Unless there was someone as alluring as the Dark Knight Rose. Alright, the battle of Demon Capital is over. Next, I will hold a banquet. Everyone can enjoy to their heart's content and don't go home until you're drunk. Dark Knight Demon King announced. Next, the battle platform was removed, and a large number of beautiful women flew out and began to set up a banquet in the empty space. After 3 rounds of drinking, the crowd dispersed. Lu Ming, you can move into the City Lord's mansion in the future. Dark Knight Rose walked gracefully to Lu Ming's side, and a fragrance rushed into Lu Ming's nose. Okay. Lu Ming naturally agreed. He came here to investigate the collusion between the Dark Ice Clan and the people of the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Palace. The patriarch of the Ice Spirit Clan suspected that the Demon Capital Mountain was probably a spy of some great force of the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Palace, and that they were there to coordinate with the Dark Ice Clan. Therefore, if he wanted to find out the truth, entering the City Lord's mansion was the best choice. In addition, entering the City Lord's mansion was also the best choice to find out where they were locked up in Autumn Moon. This was exactly what Lu Ming wanted. How could Lu Ming refuse? That night, Lu Ming moved into the City Lord's mansion, which made many people jealous. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. Young Master Lu Ming, Miss wants to see you. On the evening of the 3rd day, a maid came to invite Lu Ming. The maid was none other than Dark Knight Rose's maid. Finally, she's looking for me. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. For the past 2 days, Dark Knight Rose had not come to look for Lu Ming. Now, she had finally come. For the past 2 days, Lu Ming did not take the initiative to look for Dark Knight Rose. This was because he always felt a sense of danger from Dark Knight Rose. This feeling made him very uncomfortable. It was a pity that Guo was not around. Otherwise, he would have asked Guo for advice. As for the measure character formula and the battle character formula, although they had lived for countless years, they did not know much about them. Okay, let's go. Since Dark Knight Rose had taken the initiative to invite him, Lu Ming had no reason to refuse. He could take the opportunity to find out more information. Following the maid, they walked around in circles until they arrived at a courtyard. In the courtyard, there was a small bridge with flowing water and the fragrance of flowers. It was very elegant. On a small river, there was a pavilion. In the pavilion, there was a stone table and stone stools. Some wine and dishes were already placed on the table. At this time, the sun had already set. In the pavilion, there were a few candles. The candlelight flickered, and the light was dim. Brother Lu, please. Dark Knight Rose stood up to welcome him. Chapter 2961. Today, Dark Knight Rose had changed her attire, revealing even more of her body. She looked majestic as the veil fluttered in the wind, revealing a pair of peerlessly beautiful legs. It was truly filled with boundless temptation. Although Lu Ming had a strong will, his heart wavered at the sight. Many thanks. Lu Ming calmed himself down and walked into the pavilion. As for that maid, she had already left. Only Lu Ming and Dark Knight Rose remained in the courtyard. The two of them sat at a stone table. Dark Knight Rose intentionally sat on a stone bench beside Lu Ming. A burst of fragrance entered Lu Ming's nose. Dark Knight Rose was wearing a translucent veil that completely revealed her alluring figure. Brother Lu, come, have a drink. Dark Knight Rose poured some wine for Lu Ming. Many thanks. Lu Ming raised his cup and drained it in one gulp. Brother Lu, what do you think of Rose? Dark Knight Rose suddenly asked. She stared unblinkingly at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's heart jumped. He hadn't expected Dark Knight Rose to be so direct. Lady Rose is a heavenly beauty. She's a rare beauty. Lu Ming calmed himself down. Is that so? Actually, the main reason we held the battle in Shanghai was to find a husband for Rose. Lu Ming, your talent is unparalleled. You're perfect to be Rose's husband. Dark Knight Rose said in a sweet voice. Her cheeks were blushing. She suddenly turned around and sat in Lu Ming's arms with her voluptuous and stunning body. Lu Ming was stunned. Dark Knight Rose, isn't this too direct? Seduction. This was a naked attempt to seduce Lu Ming. The Dark Knight Rose's body was shockingly bouncy. Sitting in Lu Ming's arms, the temptation was simply fatal. Even with Lu Ming's willpower, his blood began to flow faster, and his heart began to beat faster. A certain part of his body began to twitch. Lu Ming, you seem to be reacting. Dark Knight Rose smiled and stared at Lu Ming. She carefully sized up Lu Ming, and a trace of greed flashed in the depths of her eyes. However, this trace of greed disappeared in a flash. Even Lu Ming did not notice it. However, Lu Ming instinctively felt a deep sense of danger. This sense of crisis caused his mind to tremble. Lu Ming felt that Dark Knight Rose was going to eat him alive. In an instant, Lu Ming calmed down. Lu Ming, don't leave tonight, okay? Dark Knight Rose spoke again. Even a fool would be able to understand what she meant. No normal man would be able to resist such temptation. However, Lu Ming had already calmed down. He could feel that the sense of danger coming from Dark Knight Rose was getting stronger and stronger. He had a feeling that if he couldn't resist this temptation and really did have a relationship with Dark Knight Rose, he would most likely die. Lu Ming's mind spun as he tried to think of a countermeasure. As for Dark Knight Rose, her small hand was already moving up and down Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming reached out and grabbed Dark Knight Rose's hand. He clenched his teeth and pretended to resist the temptation. Miss Rose, Lu Ming has never experienced this kind of thing before. Furthermore, we don't even know each other. It's not good to do this kind of thing. What's not good about it? We can slowly get to know each other in the future. Dark Knight Rose smiled. Her breath smelled like orchids, and a fragrance entered Lu Ming's nose. Lu Ming's heartbeat quickened. No, there's poison in this fragrance. Lu Ming's heart shook. He finally sensed that there was poison in this fragrance. This kind of poison could ignite a person's desire. No wonder even with Lu Ming's mental fortitude, he couldn't remain calm. This Dark Knight Rose really doesn't have good intentions. Could it be that she cultivates some kind of evil technique that uses yang to replenish yin? Lu Ming's mind spun. He guessed that Dark Knight Rose had cultivated some kind of evil technique and had taken a fancy to his talent. She wanted to use this kind of evil technique on him. Old Liang, I'll leave it to you. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to the Liang gene art. Immediately, the Liang gene art released a suction force that absorbed the poison. Lu Ming immediately calmed down. Lu Ming circulated his divine energy and pushed Dark Knight Rose away. He moved to a nearby stone bench and said, Miss Rose, I'm a rather traditional person. Before I understand everything, I won't easily have a relationship with a woman. Please forgive me. As Lu Ming spoke, he put on the look of a gentleman. This fellow. Dark Knight Rose clenched her teeth. She didn't expect Long Chen to still have such a stubborn way of thinking. Forcing out a faint smile, she said, Brother Lu, don't misunderstand. Just now, Rose was just testing you. Brother Lu really is a gentleman. Rose admires you. Come, let's continue drinking. TCH. Lu Ming disdained her in his heart. Testing? If Lu Ming hadn't resisted the temptation just now, he would have been soaked. Come, let's drink. Lu Ming naturally wouldn't show it on his face. He raised his cup and drank with Dark Knight Rose. After that, they began to chat. "Right, Miss Rose, I heard that there's a group of devil slaves in Demon Capital. I wonder where they're locked up?" Lu Ming asked calmly as he sipped his wine. "The devil slaves are locked up in the Beast Battle Arena." Dark Knight Rose seemed a bit absent-minded after being rejected by Lu Ming. She didn't think too much about it. Beast Battle Arena. Lu Ming's heart was filled with a cold murderous intent, but he didn't show it on his face. Lu Ming controlled his temper and drank a few more cups before finding an excuse to leave. "Then Rose won't see you off." Dark Knight Rose smiled. "You don't have to," Lu Ming said and then left the place. After watching Lu Ming leave, Dark Knight Rose revealed a ferocious expression. Her eyes were filled with greed. A third-level celestial god has such terrifying combat strength. It's rare. Moreover, I can feel an extremely strong vitality. I must get it. I must get it. Lu Ming, you won't be able to escape from me. He he he. Dark Knight Rose let out a sharp laugh. Lu Ming left Dark Knight Rose's residence. He didn't return to his room, but left the city lord's mansion. He asked around for the location of the Beast Battle Arena and headed there. He was burning with anxiety. He didn't know how Autumn Moon, Wu Zifeng, and Yu Linglong were doing after so many days. If anything happened to them, Lu Ming would raise the Demon Capital Mountain to the ground. The Beast Battle Arena was huge. It was a huge building not far from the city lord's mansion. When Lu Ming approached the Beast Battle Arena, he heard loud cheers coming from the Beast Battle Arena. Lu Ming went straight to the entrance of the Beast Battle Arena. Someone was guarding the entrance of the Colosseum, stopping Lu Ming. Entrance fee, 1,000 mid-grade god crystals. A bulky man said coldly. Lu Ming gave him 1,000 mid-grade god crystals and entered the Beast Battle Arena. The cheers became even louder as he entered the Beast Battle Arena. Chapter 2962. The Beast Battle Arena was circular with a huge battle stage in the middle. There were seats all around the battle stage. At this moment, 90% of the seats were filled with people of all shapes and sizes. Roar! At this moment, there was a great battle happening in the middle of the battle stage. A Snakeman expert was in an intense battle with a desolate beast. The Snakeman expert was a first-level celestial god, and that desolate beast was also a first-level celestial god. Both of them were of similar cultivation realms. When they fought together, it was extremely tragic. However, that desolate beast was clearly more ferocious. It was not afraid of death as it constantly roared and pounced towards that Snakeman expert. The Snakeman expert was gradually losing and was forced to retreat. Roar! Finally, the desolate beast went berserk. At the risk of being injured, it tore the Snakeman expert into pieces. Fresh blood splattered all over the ground. Great! Good kill! Exciting! At the scene, there was a tsunami of cheers. Countless people roared in excitement. Men, clean it up! Immediately, someone came to the battle stage and cleaned up the Snakeman corpse, wiping away the bloodstains. And that injured desolate beast was also brought away. Following that, another battle erupted. The opponent of the intense battle was a human burly man. On the other side, it was still a desolate beast. Place your bets, place your bets. Both of them are peak 9th level true god. Who do you bet on to win? Above the battle stage, there was an elder standing in the air. His voice reverberated throughout the entire place. I feel that the desolate beast is stronger. I bet 10,000 middle-grade divine crystals that the desolate beast will win. No, I feel that the human warrior's blood is surging and filled with a baleful aura. I feel that he will be stronger. I bet 20,000 divine crystals that the human warrior will win. Many people began to place their bets. However, their bets were very simple. Many people had something like an array plate in their hands. They entered the amount of bets and who they wanted to bet on. When they left this place, they would settle the accounts. The beast battle arena was organized by the Eventide Demon King. No one dared to renege on their debts here. After the bets were placed, the battle began. The human burly man and the desolate beast engaged in an intense battle. Both of them were peak 9th level true god realm cultivators. But the moment they made their moves, the human burly man gained the upper hand. The human burly man's attacks were decisive. One look and one could tell that he was someone who had experienced hundreds of battles. His attack power was very strong. From the very beginning, he had been suppressing the desolate beast. I'm going to win. I'm going to win. Those who bet on the human were overjoyed, while those who bet on the desolate beast were sighing. Kill. After exchanging dozens of blows with the desolate beast, the burly human roared and slashed out with his saber, chopping off the desolate beast's head. The brawny human won. Someone, clean this up. In the air above the battle platform, the old man ordered again. Wait. At this moment, a silver-robed young man stood up from his seat and stepped into the air. It's Wan Xing. That human is finished. That's right. Wan Xing probably made a mistake again, betting on the desolate beast to win. Every time he makes a mistake, he will feel extremely unhappy. Once he is unhappy, he will kill. Shoo, lower your voice. He's the son of the demon lord. Many people whispered when they saw this young man. They seemed to be very afraid of him. Demon Lord was a title used in Demon City. Under the Dark Knight Demon Lord, there were 9 Demon Lords. Each Demon Lord had a very high cultivation, surpassing the 9th level Heavenly God realm. They were half-step Divine Kings. In the Heavenly God realm, one had to condense a star core to break through to the Divine King realm. Only by successfully condensing a star core could one be considered a true Divine King. However, a star core could not be condensed just because one wanted to. In the process of condensing a star core, there was a transitional process. During this process, the star core would not be completely condensed, but it was also the process of transforming the divine fire into a star core. This process was the transition from a heavenly god to a divine king, or a half-step divine king. A half-step divine king's strength was not as strong as a true divine king, but it was still much stronger than an ordinary 9th level heavenly god. The 9 demon lords under the Dark Knight Demon Lord were such existences. Wan Xing was the only son of one of the demon lords. In Demon City, he was naturally a character who could do whatever he wanted. Young Master Wan. The old man in the air bowed to Wan Xing. You caused me to lose money. You deserve to die. Kill. Wan Xing shouted coldly and charged towards the brawny human. The brawny human was shocked. He roared angrily and used all his strength to block. However, Wan Xing was a first-level heavenly god. Although the brawny human was strong, he was still a lot weaker than Wan Xing Puchi. Blood splattered everywhere. The brawny human was killed by Wan Xing's sword. After killing the brawny human, Wan Xing snorted and returned to his seat. The old man in the air did not even dare to fart. One had to know that Wan Xing's father, the all-evil demon lord, was overseeing the beast battle arena. Whoever dared to say a word about Wan Xing was courting death. Moreover, it was just a demon slave. There was no need to offend Wan Xing. Someone immediately tidied up the battle stage. Alright, the next demon slave is a new one. Moreover, he's very young. I heard that his strength is not bad. Everyone, make sure to place your bets. The old man in the air spoke again. Then, he waved his hand and the door beside the battle stage opened. Roar. From one of the doors came the roar of a wild beast. A huge creature walked out. This was a giant bull with a cultivation of 8th level true god. From another door, a young man stepped out. Wu Zifeng. Seeing this figure, Lu Ming's heart trembled violently. This figure was shockingly Wu Zifeng. Not seeing him for a period of time, Wu Zifeng looked much more haggard. Clearly, he had suffered quite a bit of torture during this period of time. Damn it, this is the demon slave? Lu Ming's killing intent was strong to the extreme. At the thought of fighting with a desolate beast under such an environment for others to watch, Lu Ming wished that he could flatten Fiend Capital Mountain. Starting the bets. This young man has 7th level True God cultivation. Desolate beast, 8th level True God. In the air, the old man shouted. 7th level True God against 8th level True God. Could this young man be a proud son of heaven? Many people discussed and began to discuss how to place their bets. Humph, really stupid. Look at his appearance. He's just a pretty boy. What kind of proud son of heaven is he? I bet on the desolate beast winning. Wan Xing snorted and bet on the desolate beast winning. Although Wu Zifeng looked a lot more haggard, it could not hide his handsomeness. As for Wan Xing, he looked ordinary. Looking at Wu Zifeng, he was extremely jealous. This kid is doomed. Many people thought in their hearts and secretly shook their heads. Wan Xing bet on the desolate beast winning. If the desolate beast really won, then Wu Zifeng would definitely die under the hands of the demonic beast. If Wu Zifeng won and caused Wan Xing to lose money, looking at Wan Xing's appearance, he probably would not let Wu Zifeng off. No matter what, Wu Zifeng had to die. Soon, the bets were over and the battle began. Moo! That giant bull roared and charged towards Wu Zifeng. Its huge body caused the battle stage to rumble. Chapter 2963. Many people watched anxiously. They wanted to see how Wu Zifeng would deal with an 8th level True God desolate beast with his 7th level True God cultivation. Just as the giant bull was about to reach Wu Zifeng moved. His figure flashed and dodged the giant bull's attack. Then, a sword light slashed out from his hand towards the giant bull. Fast, accurate, ruthless. Poochie. Long wounds appeared on the giant bull's body. They went straight to the bones and blood flowed out. Roar. The giant bull let out a miserable cry, but its bestial nature was stimulated. It twisted its body and charged towards Wu Zifeng again. The 2 bull horns glowed and shot out 2 beams of light that were as sharp as divine blades. However, there was another sword light in Wu Zifeng's palm that collided with the giant bull's attack. Pung! Pung! The giant bull's attack was sent flying by Wu Zifeng. Wu Zifeng took a step forward and slashed out again. This sword was aimed at the giant bull's neck. Puff! Blood splattered everywhere. The giant bull's head was chopped off by Wu Zifeng's sword. Wu Zifeng only used 2 moves to kill the giant bull that was 1 level higher than him. This result was within Lu Ming's expectations. In fact, with Wu Zifeng's strength, if he went all out, he would probably be able to kill the giant bull in 1 move. So powerful. I won. There was a hubbub at the scene. Many people who bet on Wu Zifeng's victory were overjoyed. As for those who bet on the desolate beast's victory, their faces were ugly. The ugliest was Wan Xing. Today, he had failed to place his bets and was in a bad mood. Courting death. Wan Xing roared angrily. His body shot out from his seat and charged towards the battle stage. Young Master Wan, wait a minute, the old man in the air hurriedly called out. Spit it out. Wan Xing shouted impatiently. Young Master Wan, this person's talent is exceptional. You can't kill him. Keeping him alive might be useful. The old man advised. With Wu Zifeng's strength, if he was properly nurtured, he might become a sharp blade for the Devil Capital Mountain. What do you mean I can't kill him? Let me tell you, there is no one here that I can't kill. What does a little talent count for? Scram. If you don't scram, I will kill you as well. Wan Xing shouted coldly, his killing intent cold. The old man's expression turned ugly as he stepped back helplessly. Brat, I'll send you on your way. Wan Xing stared coldly at Wu Zifeng. How dare you touch me? If I don't die, I'll definitely destroy the Devil Capital Mountain. Wu Zifeng said. It was truly a case of a tiger being bullied by a dog. He, the dignified young master of the Wu family, had actually fallen into such a situation. He also felt stifled in his heart. You want to destroy my devil capital mountain? I'll destroy you right now. Wan Xing shouted. He was just about to charge towards Wu Zifeng when a figure suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking his path. That figure was naturally Lu Ming. He originally wanted to wait until he saw Autumn Moon and Yu Linglong before making his move. However, he had no choice but to do so now. Brat, who are you? Scram. Wan Xing was enraged when he saw someone daring to block his path. Scram. Lu Ming said coldly. What? Wan Xing was stunned before he became enraged. In this beast battle arena, there was actually someone who dared to ask him to scram. He was simply courting death. Little bastard, I'll destroy you. Wan Xing roared furiously and charged toward Lu Ming with his palm. However, Lu Ming waved his hand. Slap. A crisp sound echoed throughout the entire arena. Wan Xing couldn't even withstand a single blow from Lu Ming. His attack was easily defeated by Lu Ming and a slap landed on his face. Wan Xing spun 81 rounds in the air. His face was swollen like a pig's head. He looked at Lu Ming with a dumbfounded expression. It took him quite a while to react. Arg, bastard, how dare you hit me? How dare you hit me? I'll make you suffer a fate worse than death. Men, cripple this brat for me. Wan Xing screamed. Whoosh. 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 Instantly, figures flew out from all directions of the beast battle arena. Among these figures, there were both men and women. All of them were wearing iron armor and they surrounded Lu Ming. Brat, how dare you hit young Master Wan? I think you're tired of living. Kneel down and surrender. A burly man strode forward and slapped Lu Ming with his palm. This person was a level 4 heavenly god. He thought it was easy to take down Lu Ming. Brother Wu, where are Autumn Moon and Miss Yu? Where are they? Are they all right? Meanwhile, Lu Ming was communicating with Wu Zifeng. They're fine. They're being held captive in the beast battle arena. We'll be able to save them once we break the beast battle arena. Wu Zifeng immediately transmitted his voice to Lu Ming. Very well. Lu Ming's eyes flickered with a cold murderous intent. You asked for it. Die. Lu Ming snapped and threw a punch forward. A 9-clawed dragon appeared and charged at the burly man. That burly 4th-layer celestial god didn't even have the chance to scream before his body exploded and his soul dispersed into thin air. The others were startled. How dare you kill the demon city guard? How bold of you. Let's attack together. At least a few dozen demon city guards roared at the same time. God force of various colors surged and attacked Lu Ming. The demon city guards were the guards of the demon city. They were a lot stronger than the demon generals of the demon city. The weakest among the demon city guards was a 3rd-layer heavenly god. Dozens of demon city guards above the 3rd-layer heavenly god realm attacked together. Today, I'll destroy the beast battle arena. Lu Ming roared and performed the divine dragon image art. 6 9-clawed dragons roared and pounced forward. Each of them was 10,000 meters long and charged at everyone. Although the demon city guards were strong, they were too weak compared to Lu Ming. The 9-clawed dragon image art pounced forward and destroyed all the attacks aimed at it. The 9-clawed dragon did not stop and continued to attack with its sharp claws. Ah! Ah! Screams were heard continuously. Every second, a demon city guard was torn apart by the 9-clawed dragon and died on the spot. At this moment, the spectators around the beast battle arena were stunned. They did not expect that someone would dare to cause trouble here and kill so many demon city guards. This was a big deal. The entire demon city would be in an uproar. As for Wan Xing, his face was pale and his body was trembling. Every demon city guard here was stronger than him, but they were killed one after another. Young Master Wan, retreat. The old man who was in charge of the beast battle arena took Wan Xing and quickly retreated to the spectator stand. How dare you cause trouble here? You're courting death. Demon city guards, move out and kill the intruder. The entire Colosseum was alarmed. The doors on the four sides of the Colosseum opened, and figures flew out one after another. Powerful auras soared into the air. Demon city guards. All of them were demon city guards. There were more than 500 of them. Among them, some of them had strong auras that surpassed the 7th layer heavenly god realm. The demon city guards guarding the beast battle arena had arrived. This was a terrifying force that no one in the demon city mountain could defeat. Chapter 2964. Very well. How dare you kill a demon city guard in the beast arena? No one can save you today. A cold voice resounded in the air above the beast arena. Then, a silver light flashed and a middle-aged man in a silver robe appeared in the air. Father. Wan Xing was elated when he saw the middle-aged man in a silver robe. This middle-aged man was one of the 9 demon lords of Demon City, Wan Xing's father, Wan Yi. Father, quick, kill this brat. No, I want this brat to suffer a fate worse than death, Wan Xing roared. Don't worry. He won't die so easily in my hands. Destroy his cultivation first. Wan Yi said coldly. Demon Lord, leave this brat to me. A tall and sturdy man in iron armor asked for the order. Go. Wan Yi nodded. This burly man in armor was a level 9 heavenly god. It was more than enough to deal with Lu Ming, who was only a level 3 heavenly god. Boom. The burly man in armor took a step forward and a violent aura burst out from his body. Brat, I'll break your right arm first. A sharp spear appeared in the burly man's hand. As soon as he finished speaking, the burly man in armor charged towards Lu Ming and slashed his spear at Lu Ming's right arm. Although he was burly, his speed was shockingly fast. Level 9 heavenly god? Lu Ming muttered and activated the battle formula, quadrupling his combat strength. Lu Ming's combat ability increased by 4 times. His combat ability soared and he kept throwing punches. Roar! The roar of a dragon resounded through the sky as the 6 9-clawed dragon charged towards the burly man in armor. Break! The burly man in armor shouted coldly. His spear vibrated as he attacked the 6 9-clawed dragon in an instant. Boom! Boom! The spear struck the 9-clawed dragon's claw and a bright light burst out. However, the result was not what the burly man in armor had expected. He thought that he could defeat the 9-clawed dragon in an instant, but the reality was that his body was numb and he almost retreated. How can this be? How can this power be so strong? The armored man was shocked. Roar! At this moment, another dragon's roar sounded. It turned out that Lu Ming had pushed the Divine Dragon Aspect spell to the limit, and the Divine Dragon Aspect spell broke through again, allowing him to condense 7 Divine Dragon Aspects in one go. The 7th Divine Dragon Dharma Idol then pounced on the armored man. The armored man couldn't withstand it and was knocked back. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Ming unleashed the ice chains. The 9th and most powerful ice chains flew out and wrapped around the burly man in the armor. A layer of ice armor appeared on the burly man in the armor with a shocking chill. Whoosh! Lu Ming charged forward, his palm like a saber. With a single slash, the armored man's right hand was severed. The armored man wanted to chop off Lu Ming's right hand, but after exchanging a few blows, his own hand was chopped off by Lu Ming. The others were so shocked that they couldn't speak. Lu Ming was only a 3rd layer heavenly god, but he defeated a 9th layer heavenly god in just a few blows. This was unbelievable. Wan Xing's face turned pale with fright. As for Wan Yi, his eyes were filled with shock. Demon Lord, save me. At this moment, the armored man was terrified and cried for help. If you want to cripple me, you'll have to be prepared to be killed by me. Lu Ming said coldly, forming a battle sword with divine power in his hand. Brat, how dare you, Wan Yi shouted. Ridiculous. Lu Ming sneered and slashed down with his battle sword, killing the armored man. A 9th layer heavenly god was considered a top expert in the demon capital mountain, but he was killed just like that. You're courting death. 1E was enraged, and a violent aura rushed out of his body. Boom! 1E's body emitted a bright silver light, and a terrifying pressure spread out in all directions. 1E's aura was much stronger than the armored man's. This was the aura of a half-step godly emperor, with strong divine power. Brat, I'm going to crush you. Silver Claw. 1E shouted furiously, and his body turned silver. His claws were like metal, and he grabbed at Lu Ming. The force was whistling. Before it arrived, the force was so oppressive that Lu Ming found it hard to breathe. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. A half-step godly emperor was indeed much stronger than a ninth-layer heavenly god. Ancient God Technique. Without hesitation, Lu Ming executed the ancient god technique at full force, and turned into a blue-armored ancient god. Sky piercing. After turning into a blue-armored ancient god, Lu Ming thrust out his spear. Boom! The bright spear light clashed with 1E's silver claw, and a terrifying explosion took place. At the same time, countless tiny spear lights and force flew in all directions. Shit, run! Ah, run! Countless people in the spectator stands were shocked, and they fled in all directions. However, when the force landed, many people screamed and were killed by the force. Boom! Boom! The spectator stands of the bestial battle arena were constantly rumbling, and huge pits were formed. Cracks appeared on the ground. Through the pits and cracks, one could see a huge underground space beneath the bestial battle arena. The space below had been completely excavated, and it formed a huge secret chamber, where countless desolate beasts and demonic slaves were imprisoned. Countless spectators fled in all directions, and many of them flew to the sky. It was a mess. In the sky, Lu Ming and 1E were still in a stalemate. Boom! Boom! The two of them continued to exchange a few blows. In the end, Lu Ming gained the upper hand, and he destroyed 1E's silver claw. 1E's body shook violently, and he was sent flying. Lu Ming did not pursue him. He twisted his body and rushed underground. Boom! Lu Ming swept out with his spear, striking the ground. The ground exploded with a terrifying boom, and it constantly collapsed. The vast underground space was completely exposed. Some of the secret chambers collapsed, and some desolate beasts rushed out. Roar! Roar! Many of the desolate beasts had huge bodies. They roared at the sky, and rushed out of the shackles, and rushed into the sky. Set up the array. 1E roared. More than 500 demon capital guards set up a large array in the sky. The large array was activated, and countless divine lights shot towards the desolate beasts. Many of the desolate beasts were penetrated by the divine lights, and died on the spot. Brother Wu, where are Autumn Moon and the rest? Bring me there. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Wu Zifeng. Follow me. Wu Zifeng shouted, and rushed towards a crack in the ground. Lu Ming followed closely behind, and they flew into the underground space. Originally, the underground space of the bestial battle arena was guarded by many demon capital guards, but now that the demon capital guards had left, there was no obstruction in the underground space. The underground space was huge, and it was divided into 7 levels. According to Wu Zifeng, they were imprisoned on the 5th level. The two of them headed straight for the 5th level, but wherever Lu Ming passed, he would attack. He would blast open the secret chambers, and release the desolate beasts and demonic slaves inside. Chapter 2965. Ha ha ha, I'm free. I'm going to kill my way out and kill those sons of the asterisk cheese in Moda City. Many demonic slaves roared, their eyes ferocious and filled with murderous intent. Some of the demonic slaves here were those who had committed crimes in Moda Mountain and were sent here to become demonic slaves. However, there were even more devil slaves that the Devil Capital Mountain had secretly captured from the outside. Naturally, these devil slaves hated the Devil Capital Mountain to the bone. Roar! Many desolate beasts roared angrily. Their huge bodies slammed everywhere as they charged outside. There were also many demonic slaves who rushed to other secret chambers to release more demonic slaves and wild beasts. Later on, Lu Ming did not even need to do anything. The secret chambers in the underground space were constantly being opened as demonic slaves and wild beasts charged out. However, all evil demon lord and the 500 demon capital guards were too strong. They formed a large formation and shot out beams of divine light, killing a large number of demonic slaves and wild beasts. However, there were too many demonic slaves and wild beasts, some of which were even stronger. All evil and the rest began to feel pressured. "Quick, send the signal for help." All evil roared. Immediately, someone sent the signal. Beams of light shot up into the sky and could be seen by the entire Modus city. Something happened in the bestial battle arena. It's the signal for help. Get ready to move out. Instantly, the Modus city was alarmed. The demon capital guards were all ready to move out. Demon capital guards, gather. 2 figures walked out from the city lord mansion. One was a middle-aged man while the other was an old man. Both of them exuded a terrifying aura. These 2 were half-step divine kings, the other 2 of the 9 demon lords in Modus city. Swoosh. 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 Beams of light flew from all directions in Modus city and landed in front of the 2 men. They were all demon capital guards in iron armor. Soon, around 2,000 demon capital guards had gathered. "All of you, follow us to the bestial battle arena and kill all the enemies," one of the demon lords said in a loud voice. "Kill." All the demon capital guards roared. Then, the 2 demon lords led around 2,000 demon capital guards and charged towards the bestial battle arena. It seems like someone can't wait any longer. Not far away, a young figure appeared in a flash. This figure was none other than Sumu. "Huh, that's great. We've lured away quite a number of demon capital guards. Now, we can begin." In another direction, another figure appeared. It was Pei Lin. "Let's wait a little longer. Let's wait for the battle to start over there, in case these demon capital guards return." On the other side, 2 silhouettes appeared. They were Wu Shui and the woman with the snake coiled around her arm. The one who had just spoken was Wu Shui. "That's right, let's wait. This time, I must get a demon lord token," Pei Lin muttered, his eyes flashing with killing intent. In the nearby buildings, silhouettes flickered. Other than Wu Shui, Pei Lin and the others, there were also some other geniuses. These people all seemed to have the same goal as they quietly waited. In the beast arena, Lu Ming and Wu Zifeng smoothly arrived at the 5th floor. In a secret room, he saw Qiu Autumn Moon and Yu Linglong. Both of them looked much more haggard than before. "The devil capital mountain shall be destroyed." Looking at Qiu Autumn Moon's haggard face, Lu Ming's eyes flashed with shocking killing intent. "Young master." Lu Ming. Qiu Autumn Moon and Yu Linglong were overjoyed when they saw Lu Ming. "Qiu Autumn Moon, are you alright?" Lu Ming asked. "I'm fine. Don't worry, young master." Qiu Autumn Moon shook her head and smiled. Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief. Seeing that Qiu Autumn Moon and Yu Linglong were fine, he was relieved. "Let's go. Let's charge out," Lu Ming said. Then, he rushed out with Qiu Autumn Moon and the others. Outside, it was a complete mess. Demon slaves and desolate beasts charged, while Wan Xia and the demon capital guards set up a large formation to kill the demons and desolate beasts. The huge beast arena was filled with blood qi. It was like hell on earth. "That kid, it's that kid. He wants to save people and leave." Wan Xing was hiding behind Wan Xia. He looked around and noticed Lu Ming and Qiu Autumn Moon the moment they came out. However, Lu Ming was in his ancient god body state. It was hard for him not to attract attention. "Don't let that kid escape. Kill him." Wan Xia roared and commanded the demon capital guards. Suddenly, terrifying divine light blasted towards Lu Ming. "Hide behind me." Lu Ming shouted and protected Xiao Autumn Moon and the others behind him. He waved his spear and swept it towards the divine light. Boom! 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 A series of explosions rang out as beams of divine light were sent flying by him. Let's go! Lu Ming controlled his divine power. A wave of divine power enveloped Xiao Autumn Moon and the others and brought them in another direction. He planned to leave this place first before settling the score with the demon capital mountain. You want to leave? Stop him. Don't bother about those demonic slaves. This kid is the culprit. He must be killed. Wan Xie roared. Then, the array formed by Wan Xie and the demon capital guards changed direction and blasted most of the divine light towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's escape route was blocked. Go, go! As a result, many demonic slaves and desolate beasts were no longer obstructed. They rushed out of the encirclement and flew towards the beast arena. You want to leave? All of you stay. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. In the sky, a blood-red saber light suddenly appeared. As the saber light slashed down, at least dozens of demonic slaves were killed. He he he. A sharp sneer sounded. In the sky, pairs of ghostly claws suddenly appeared. With a swipe, dozens of demonic slaves were killed. Then, two figures appeared in the sky, emitting a terrifying aura. Demon Lord, it's the Demon Lord. Damn it. Many demonic slaves screamed in horror. The other two demon lords of the demon capital mountain had arrived. At the same time, behind them, streams of light rapidly flew over. The other demon capital guards were rushing over. Charge out together. Otherwise, when the demon capital guards arrive, we will all die. A demonic slave roared. Kill together. Charge. Many demonic slaves and desolate beasts rushed towards the sky together. Courting death. The two demon lords shouted at the same time and attacked together. The blood-red saber light and the pitch-black ghostly claws appeared in the void again. The cultivation of the demon lords was too strong. They could completely crush these desolate beasts and demonic slaves. Screams were heard as a large number of demonic slaves and desolate beasts' corpses fell to the ground. After a while, the demon capital guards arrived. The battle was one-sided and turned into a massacre. On the other side, Lu Ming's escape route was also blocked. Get lost! Lu Ming roared. His spear turned into a few hundred meters long and constantly swept out. Beams of divine light were sent flying. However, Wan Xie and the 500 demon capital guards formed a large array. With their strength gathered, their strength was truly astonishing. Lu Ming constantly attacked, but he was still firmly held back. Chapter 2966. Apocalyptic Triple Strike, Supernova. Seeing that the other demon lords and demon capital guards were rushing over, Lu Ming was also a little anxious and used his strongest move. Lu Ming's body burst out with a resplendent spear light. An incomparably huge spear light soared into the sky like a pillar that supported the heavens. Supernova, when cultivated to the highest level, was said to be able to explode a planet. After using this move, endless divine power in Lu Ming's body surged towards his hands like it was free. The divine power in Lu Ming's body, as well as the divine power of the 10 divine fires, was instantly sucked dry. This move truly consumed too much divine power. Fortunately, Lu Ming had the quantifying character formula. The quantifying character formula glowed as an endless stream of divine power surged into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's divine power once again became vigorous and was maintained at its peak state. When this move was used, Wan Xie's expression changed drastically. He felt a fatal danger. Quick, gather your strength. Wan Xie roared. Wang! Wang! Every demon capital guard emitted a resplendent light. They formed a large array, and between them, there seemed to be an invisible thread that connected them together, allowing their power to flow through each other. Boom! A huge beam of divine light formed and blasted toward Lu Ming, colliding with the supernova move. The entire bestial battle arena shook violently. Endless energy blasted the surrounding seats, the stands, and the walls of the bestial battle arena. Even though the bestial battle arena was protected by an array, it couldn't withstand it and constantly shattered. In the next moment, the entire bestial battle arena collapsed and turned into ruins. Some of the demon slaves and desolate beasts nearby didn't even have time to scream before they were torn apart by the overflowing energy and died on the spot. Break, break! Lu Ming roared as he held the spear with both hands. Divine power surged into the spear in his hands from afar. The radiance of the spear light became even more dazzling. When the radiance reached a certain level, it suddenly exploded. The spear light exploded, erupting with a terrifying energy that directly destroyed the divine light condensed by the demon capital guard's array. Boom! Waves of terrifying energy rushed towards the array formed by the demon capital guards. Ah! Wretched cries rang out continuously as cracks appeared on the bodies of some of the weaker demon capital guards. Then, they were torn apart. In an instant, at least dozens of Fiend's city guards had died. The entire formation formed by the demon capital guard retreated over 1,000 meters. Such power, Wan Xie trembled with fear. The power of this move of Lu Ming's was truly terrifying. If he were to face this move alone, even if he didn't die, he would still be heavily injured. On the other side, when the other two demon masters saw this scene, they were also extremely shocked. That brat is evil. I'll bring people to support Wanhe. One of the demon masters, who looked like an old man, said as he led the 1,000 demon capital guards and charged towards the all-demons demon master. Set up the formation. As soon as the old devil master gave the order, over 1,000 devil metropolis guards formed a new formation. Divine power surged, and a beam of divine light shot towards Lu Ming. Fortunately, Lu Ming was full of divine energy. He spun his spear and released a terrifying attack, colliding with the divine light. His body was knocked back 100 meters. Kill this brat! Wan Xie roared. At this moment, he no longer wanted to capture Lu Ming alive. He only wanted to kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming's combat strength was too terrifying, making him tremble with fear. 2 demon masters and 2 demon capital guard formations attacked Lu Ming continuously. Divine power Dharma Laksana, ice chains, 9 layers of crimson golden armor, apocalyptic 3 strikes. Lu Ming's body flashed continuously as he used all of his divine skills and secret techniques to fight against the opponent. In addition to the ancient god body's tyrannical power and terrifying defense, he resisted the opponent's attack. This brat is only a level 3 heavenly god. How can he have such terrifying power? Also, what's with his divine power? Why does it seem like it can't be used up? Wan Xie, the old demon master, and many of the demon capital guards couldn't calm down and were shocked. If it were anyone else, they would have run out of divine power long ago. However, Lu Ming was able to maintain his peak state with every move, unleashing the strongest power. Dragon Cave, ignore those demon slaves and kill this brat! Wan Xie roared. Of course, he was talking to the middle-aged demon master. All right. Dragon Cave ignored those demon slaves and led the remaining 1,000 demon capital guards to charge at Wan Xie and the rest. Let's form a large formation together. Dragon Cave said. Wan Xie, Dragon Cave, and the other 2 demon masters led around 2,500 demon capital guards and merged together, forming a larger demon capital guard formation. In this way, the power was even more shocking. Whoosh! A huge light pillar blasted towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming swept out his spear and clashed with the light pillar. Suddenly, Lu Ming felt a violent force rushing towards him. His body shook violently and he was forced to retreat. The 3 demon masters and 2,500 demon capital guards formed a large formation that was too powerful. It had completely surpassed Lu Ming. Kill this bastard! On the side, Wan Xing roared in excitement. He was extremely jealous of Lu Ming's talent and wished he could kill Lu Ming. Kill! The large formation was activated again and Lu Ming was repelled again. At this moment, outside the city lord's mansion. It seems that they have started fighting. Let's make our move. Wu Shui said. Attack. Pei Lin was very direct. He turned into a ray of light and charged towards the city lord's mansion. Slash. Pei Lin shouted and slashed down. A huge ray of light that was 10,000 miles long enveloped the entire city lord's mansion. It was going to split the entire city lord's mansion into two halves. However, at this moment, a giant rod rushed into the sky from the city lord's mansion and slammed into the ray of light. The ray of light that was 10,000 miles long was shattered in one hit. I knew you people were up to no good. A deep voice resounded. Then, a burly figure rushed out from the city lord's mansion and stood in midair. It was an ape-man that was 5 meters tall. His body was covered in black fur and he held a black iron rod in his hand. His body emitted a terrifying aura. It was the aura of a half-step divine king. You are one of the 9 great demon masters. Pei Lin said coldly. That's right. The ape-man said. Great, I can complete my mission after killing you. Pei Lin's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He activated his divine force and took a step forward, charging towards the ape-man. The terrifying ray of light seemed to be able to split the heavens and earth. A genius that can control divine-grade divine force. I would like to see how strong you are. The ape-man waved his iron rod and charged towards Pei Lin. The two of them exchanged blows continuously, but there was no clear winner. However, Pei Lin seemed to be at a disadvantage. A half-step divine king's strength was shocking. Although Pei Lin was a divine son, his cultivation was only at level 8 heavenly god and he was at a disadvantage. However, it would not be easy for the other party to win. Kill. Kill. At this moment, Wu Shui, Su Mu, and the others rushed out and charged towards the city lord's mansion. Chapter 2967. Wu Shui, Su Mu, and the others also charged towards the city lord manor. However, powerful auras also erupted from the city lord manor. Boom. Boom. Numerous figures charged out and forced Wu Shui and the others back. Demon Lord. Wu Shui's eyes narrowed as he looked at the figures in front of him. Including the ape-man from before, there were a total of 6 figures. Their auras were extremely dense and their divine power erupted like volcanoes. These 6 were all half-step god kings and were the other 6 of the 9 demon lords. Including the 3 demon lords from the beast arena, the 9 demon lords of Demon Capital City were all present. You outsider Skyprides really didn't come to Demon Capital City with good intentions. One of the demon lords said coldly. It's too late for you to know now. Wu Shui said coldly. Too late? Hee, you guys want to behave atrociously in Demon Capital City? Today, all of you shall stay behind. One of the demon lords said coldly, his voice filled with cold killing intent. As soon as he said that, numerous figures charged out from the city lord manor. They were all demon capital guards in metal armor and there were close to 5,000 of them. Demon Capital City was said to have 8,000 demon capital guards. Apart from the beast arena, almost all of them were present. 6 demon masters and close to 5,000 demon capital guards gathered together. Their aura was truly horrifying. It was like the waves of the sea, wave after wave surging towards Wu Shui and the others. Wu Shui and the others could not help but retreat continuously. Obviously, the city lord manor of Demon Capital City was prepared. Everyone is here. Very good. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly rang out in the sky. Then, a sword light suddenly descended from the sky and shot towards the group of demon guards. This sword light was shockingly fast and disappeared in a flash. Not good, retreat. One of the demon lords shouted. But it was too late. Blood splattered everywhere as the sword light flashed. At least 100 demon capital guards were killed. Their bodies were split into 2 and their souls were destroyed by the terrifying sword chi. In the next moment, a black-robed youth appeared in the sky with a sword in his hand. This is a 9th level heavenly god. one of the demon lords exclaimed with a solemn expression. Obviously, the black-robed youth wasn't an ordinary ninth-level heavenly god. He was a ninth-level heavenly god that controlled divine-grade divine power. Back then, during the Great Battle of Demonic City, such a person did not appear at all. Ha ha ha, the Demon King's token is mine. At this moment, a loud laugh came from a building not far away. Then, with a flash of golden light, a burly figure appeared in the air, shrouded in golden divine light. This was also a young man whose cultivation base had reached the 9th level of the heavenly god realm. The Demon King's token is mine. A deep voice rang out. From another direction, another young man stepped through the air and flew over. The aura emitted from this person was also that of a 9th level heavenly god. The expressions of the 6 great demon masters became very ugly all of a sudden. Who would have thought that there would be so many terrifying geniuses who had entered Demon City? And during the great battle in Demon City, these geniuses had not appeared. This had caused them to underestimate the strength of the geniuses who had come from outside. However, Wu Shui and the others had calm expressions. Obviously, they already knew about the existence of these heaven's favorites. Clang! Clang! Pei Lin and the 8 men were still fighting. However, Pei Lin was gradually losing and was at a disadvantage. Let's do it. Things might change if we delay. The young man who was shrouded in golden light said. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure turned into a ray of golden light and charged towards the City Lord Manor. Set up the formation. A demon master roared, ordering the demon city guards to set up the formation. However, at this moment, a pitch-black fog suddenly appeared in the sky above the City Lord Manor. The fog instantly enveloped the 5,000 demon city guards and the 6 great demon masters. Ah! Ah! Some of the demon city guards hugged their heads and screamed miserably. After a while, some of the demon city guards fell straight to the ground, no longer breathing. Even those with higher cultivation bases had a pained expression on their faces. This fog can harm one's soul. Leave this place. A demon master roared and charged up, wanting to leave this place. Stay here. A cold voice rang out. The black-robed young man with a long sword charged towards the demon master. The demon master roared and attacked to block. However, after a flash of sword light, the demon master retreated. A deep wound appeared on his body and blood flowed out. The demon master's eyes were filled with shock. Although he was a half-step divine king, he wasn't a match for the black-robed young man. Especially when he was shrouded in the fog and his soul was damaged. Kill! The black-robed young man roared and attacked continuously. He didn't seem to be afraid of the fog. Senior brother is attacking. Kill, kill! Wu Shui's eyes flashed with joy as he charged over. At the same time, the other young men also attacked the demon city guards. These young men were clearly prepared. They weren't afraid of the fog and were able to maintain their peak strength. On the other hand, the demon city guards' soul was damaged by the fog and their strength was greatly reduced. They weren't a match for the black-robed young man. As soon as the two sides clashed, a large number of demon city guards were killed. In less than a minute, more than 1,000 demon city guards had fallen. Ah! A furious roar came from the 8-man demon master. At this moment, a young man with blood bubbles appeared behind the 8-man demon master. The young man's claw pierced through the 8-man demon master's heart and squeezed. A terrifying power exploded from the 8-man demon master's body. The 8-man demon lord let out a blood-curdling scream and was killed on the spot. Senior brother. Wu Shui and the woman with the snake wrapped around her arm were overjoyed when they saw the young man. This young man was also a 9th-level heavenly god. The fog just now was released by him. Kill! The young man charged toward another demon master. Pooh! Not long after, another demon master was killed. He died at the hands of the young man who was covered in golden light. Of the 6 demon masters, only 4 were left. At this moment, the fog filled the air. The demon city guards were completely at a disadvantage. Every moment, someone was being killed. Quick, send a message to the Demon King. Call the Demon King out. Several demon masters roared and sent messages to the Demon King of Darkness. With their strength, they could no longer stop the foreign prodigies. If this continued, they would all die. However, after they sent messages, there was no response. The Demon King of Darkness didn't appear. What's going on? Damn it! Several demon masters roared. I'll send you all on your way. The young man sneered. Now, there were only 4 demon masters left. As for the foreign prodigies, there were 4 ninth-level heavenly gods, 1 for each of them. These demon masters weren't as strong as the 9th-level heavenly gods to begin with. In addition, they were affected by the fog and were weaker. They weren't a match at all. Even if I die, I won't let you have it easy. Let's die together. The remaining 4 demon masters went all out. They burned their divine power and fought fiercely with the 4 prodigies. Chapter 2968. Over at the City Lord Mansion, the battle was intense. The foreign prodigies had the upper hand. Over at the Beast Arena, Lu Ming was completely at a disadvantage. The 3 demon masters and 2,500 demon guards set up a large array, releasing beams of divine light that blasted toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming protected Autumn Moon and the other 2 as he retreated. At this moment, the green scales on his body were cracked and blood flowed out. Young master. Autumn Moon's eyes were filled with tears. She gritted her teeth and attacked, wanting to share some of the pressure with Lu Ming. However, although Autumn Moon's current cultivation had reached the 2nd level of the celestial god realm, she did not cultivate too many other divine powers. Her combat strength was far from Lu Ming's and could not play a key role. Instead, she was injured by the rebound force. Autumn Moon, don't attack. Lu Ming shouted. Young master. Autumn Moon's eyes were filled with tears. Ha, kid, go to hell. Wan Xing stood in the distance and laughed. His gaze swept across Autumn Moon and Yu Linglong, flickering with burning flames. I didn't expect you to have 2 such beautiful girls by your side. Why didn't I notice it before? What a pity. But it doesn't matter. After I kill you, I will love them dearly. Ha ha ha. Wan Xing laughed wildly, his face full of malevolence and desire. Wan Xing, I will kill you. Lu Ming shouted coldly. Kill me? You're still dreaming. Wan Xing mocked arrogantly. He was not afraid at all. At this moment, divine light shot into the sky from the City Lord Mansion, and there was a terrifying vibration. They could see it clearly from their side. Not good, there's a big battle at the City Lord Mansion. The demon lords' faces changed drastically. Damn it, it's those foreign prodigies. These guys are definitely in cahoots to disperse our strength. Dragon Cave shouted angrily. Lu Ming also noticed the situation at the City Lord Mansion and was surprised. He didn't expect that those foreign prodigies would attack the City Lord Mansion. It seems that those prodigies from the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion didn't come to Demon City just for Mo Yechuan. Lu Ming thought. Go all out and kill this kid. Let's go support the City Lord Mansion. At this moment, Wan Xing roared. Okay, go all out and kill him. Go all out. The other 2 demon lords also nodded and gave the order. Immediately, the 3 demon lords and 2,500 demon capital guards circulated their god power like crazy, and blasted it out like it was free. Afterward, a huge light pillar slashed toward Lu Ming like a huge divine sword. The power of the sword god's sword had reached its peak. Lu Ming's pupils constricted sharply. He sensed a fatal crisis. However, he, Qiu Yu, and the others were enveloped by the array and had nowhere to run. They could only fight head-on. Block it, I must block it, Lu Ming bellowed in his heart and unleashed his full strength. Roar. With a dragon roar, the 7 nine-clawed divine dragon Dharma appearances rushed out first. Following closely behind were 9 ice chains. Rumble. The huge divine light formed a sword and slashed down violently. The 7 nine-clawed dragon avatars exploded one by one. Then, the 9 ice shackles also exploded. But this way, it more or less blocked some of the power of the sword. In the end, Lu Ming waved his long spear and blocked in front of him. Boom! The sword slashed on the long spear. Lu Ming's body shook violently and couldn't stand in the air. His body, which was hundreds of meters high, fell down to the battle stage below. The battle stage of the beast fighting arena was made of special materials and was extremely hard. The overflowing energy of the previous battle didn't break the battle stage. However, this time, Lu Ming landed heavily on the fighting ring. There was a violent roar and cracks appeared on the fighting ring's surface. Lu Ming bent his body and almost knelt down. Block it! Lu Ming roared. He used all of his divine power and the strength of his divine body to resist and not kneel down. However, the huge sword continued to attack. Lu Ming's body trembled as if he was carrying a majestic divine mountain. This kid, Wan Yi, and the others' hearts twitched as they sucked in cold air. They had already used their strongest move. They wanted to kill Lu Ming with one move, but they didn't expect that Lu Ming would be able to resist it. Continue, kill him! Wan Yi roared. Then, the 3 demon lords and more than 2,500 demon capital guards crazily circulated their divine power. The divine power gathered and surged towards the battle sword, pressing down on Lu Ming. Boom! The battle stage under Lu Ming's feet exploded and debris flew everywhere. Lu Ming's body bent slightly, but Lu Ming roared and resisted it. More blood flowed out from the wounds on his body. Young Master, Lu Ming. Autumn Moon, Yu Linglong, and Wu Zifeng were extremely anxious. They wanted to intervene, but with their cultivation, they couldn't help much. This can't go on. If this goes on, I won't be able to resist it sooner or later. Lu Ming's mind raced. If this went on, the 4 of them would die here if he couldn't resist it. The consequences would be worse than death. Now, the only way is to break through, Lu Ming thought. There were only 2 ways now. One was to ignite the ancient god heart, and the other was to break through. However, after igniting the ancient god heart, his ancient god body would be completely crippled. Last time, it was because of the purple copper coffin that his ancient god heart recovered. However, that kind of luck wouldn't happen every time. Moreover, Guemo wasn't by his side this time. If he took the risk to open the purple copper coffin, he wouldn't even know how he died. Therefore, Lu Ming wouldn't use this method unless it was a last resort. The other way was to break through. For example, the battle formula could increase his combat strength by 5 times. However, the breakthrough of the battle formula required comprehension and accumulation. It wasn't something that could be broken through at will. The only way to break through was through cultivation. Old Liang, how much energy have you refined from the stellar core? Lu Ming asked Liang Ju telepathically. I've already given you the energy I refined last time. How much energy can you refine in such a short time? It's too little. It's not enough for you to break through. Liang Ju replied. Then give me the energy from the stellar core. Lu Ming said. Give you the energy from the stellar core? You're crazy. The energy from the stellar core is extremely violent. Even a divine king would have to carefully refine it before they can use it. You're just a heavenly god. If I give it to you, you'll be stuffed to death. Liang Ju said. There's no other way. I can only give it a try. Give me the energy, but don't give me too much. I can handle it. Lu Ming said to Liang Ju. His eyes were firm. Kid, you're crazy. Alright, let's give it a try. I'll accompany you. Kid, I'm ready. Liang Ju agreed helplessly. Come on. Lu Ming said. Buzz. Liang Ju went crazy. A violent energy rushed into Lu Ming's body from Liang Ju. Chapter 2969. A surge of energy surged into Lu Ming's body from the measure character formula. This energy was extremely violent, many times stronger than the energy of a volcano. Scorching, incomparably scorching. The hot energy was like a tsunami, crashing into Lu Ming's body. Poof! Poof! Lu Ming's body shook violently. He already had some injuries on his body, but this energy made his injuries even worse. Ah, go up! Lu Ming roared, controlling the energy to rush into the long spear through his arm. Buzz! The long spear vibrated, creating a rebounding force that raised his opponent's battle sword. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Ming stood up straight. This kid, how can he still unleash his energy? Wan Yi, Dragon Cave, and the others were not only shocked, but also terrified. They then circulated their divine power even more crazily. This time, they must kill Lu Ming, or Demon Capital Mountain would be destroyed. Refine. At this moment, Lu Ming was circulating the universe myriad Tao technique to refine the energy in his body. However, the energy of the star core had not been refined by the measure character formula, so it was very difficult to absorb it. It was a world of difference compared to the refined energy. However, Lu Ming could not care less. He continued to circulate his cultivation technique to absorb the energy, using it to break through to the next level. Not only was the absorption slow, but it was also impure. Even if Lu Ming broke through to the next level, his foundation would be unstable. However, he could not care less now. If his foundation was unstable, then so be it. He would just spend more time to polish it. Rumble. Violent energy surged within Lu Ming's body, rampaging everywhere. It was extremely domineering. If it was an ordinary third-level celestial god cultivator, no, let alone a third-level celestial god, even if it was a ninth-level celestial god, their divine body would probably explode from this energy. However, Lu Ming's divine body was not an ordinary divine body. After he had condensed the ancient god heart, his divine body was constantly being tempered, becoming stronger day by day. Moreover, he had turned into a green-armored ancient god, so the strength of his divine body was even more shocking. He was able to withstand the energy. It's not enough. Old Liang, release more energy. Lu Ming roared. More. Kid, you have to act according to your ability. The quantifying formula expressed its concern. I know. Come. Lu Ming said. Brat, get ready. As soon as the voice of the quantifying character formula fell, another burst of energy rushed out. This energy was even more berserk and scorching than before. At this moment, Lu Ming's body turned bright red. Even the green armor on his skin turned fiery red. His body swelled up like a balloon. The blood on the wound spurted out like it was free. Nest, old Liang, you're spewing out too much energy. Are you trying to stuff me to death? Lu Ming screamed. You're the one who wanted it. I've already reminded you, the quantifying formula said. Lu Ming was helpless. He could only grit his teeth and madly circulate the universe myriad Tao art to absorb this energy. Rumble. There was a booming sound in Lu Ming's body. It was as if a volcano was erupting continuously. His cultivation level was also increasing rapidly. He reached the peak of the third level of the heavenly god realm and started to break through to the fourth level. Boom. Boom. Lu Ming's body kept rumbling. Every time there was a rumble, Lu Ming's body would tremble. More blood flowed out from the wound. Lu Ming was bathed in blood as if he would collapse at any time, but he managed to withstand the attack. This kid is strange. Let's fight too. Wan Yi yelled. For some reason, he had a bad feeling in his heart. He felt that if Lu Ming didn't die today, he would be the one to die. His eyes were filled with viciousness as the divine force in his body burned fiercely. After burning his divine force, Wan Yi's strength skyrocketed. The power of the sword formed by the formation also increased. Lu Ming's body trembled. He almost couldn't block it. You two, burn your divine force together and kill this kid. Wan Yi looked at Dragon Cave and the other demon master. However, Dragon Cave and the other demon master hesitated. Burning one's divine force was very harmful to one's body. Even if it was an ordinary person, their vitality would be greatly damaged after burning their divine force. In the worst case, their cultivation would regress. The half-step Divine King realm was even more special. This realm was the realm where the star core was formed. The most important thing was that if they burned their divine force at this time, their cultivation would regress to the 9th level of the heavenly god realm. They might not even have the chance to break through to the Divine King realm in the future. It wasn't easy to cultivate to this level. How could they burn their divine force so easily? This kid won't be able to hold on for long. Let's hold on and we will win, Dragon Cave said. He refused to burn his divine force. Wan Yi was helpless. He could only burn his divine force desperately and even threaten some demon guards to burn their divine force to suppress Lu Ming. Soon, at this moment, Lu Ming had already sensed the 4th level of the heavenly god realm barrier and launched a fierce attack. Once, twice, thrice, after more than 10 attacks. Boom! There was a loud explosion in Lu Ming's body. The 4th level of the heavenly god realm barrier was finally broken by Lu Ming. Lu Ming had reached the 4th level of the heavenly god realm. After reaching the 4th level of the heavenly god realm, the 10 divine fires in his dantian were more vigorous and the divine force in his body was more turbulent. Lu Ming's strength had also increased by a lot. Break! Lu Ming roared. Violent energy rushed out from his arm. Boom! The long spear vibrated violently. In an instant, it vibrated a few 100 million times. Lu Ming knocked away the opponent's battle sword. Then, he led Xiao Yu and the others to take a step forward and avoided the opponent's attack. After the other party's battle sword was knocked away, it continued to slash down on the fighting ring, splitting it into 2 halves. Third strike of the apocalypse, star explosion. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Lu Ming executed the strongest move of the third strike of the apocalypse, star explosion. The divine force in his body, including the energy of the star core that he had yet to refine, flowed out from Lu Ming's arms. All the energy was combined into the strongest move, star explosion. Whoosh! A shocking spear glow soared into the sky, aiming at the formation that Wan Yi and the others had set up. Kill! Wan Yi and the others yelled. They activated the formation and gathered their divine force to form a battle sword slashing at Lu Ming. Bang! The star explosion collided with the opponent's battle sword, resulting in a terrifying explosion. The force of the collision spread in all directions. The collision felt like a battle between 2 deities. The shockwaves that spread in all directions crushed the corpses of the experts that had died in the fighting ring into dust. The area within 100,000 li was razed to the ground. Furthermore, the demon city had set up formations everywhere. Otherwise, the destruction would be several times stronger. Explode! At this moment, Lu Ming shouted coldly. The huge spear gleam exploded. This was the correct way to use the supernova move. Chapter 2970. Boom! The spear light exploded like a planet exploding, forming a terrifying energy storm that swept toward Wan Yi and the others. Bam! The battle swords formed by Wan Yi and the others trembled violently and buzzed. Then, they exploded, forming countless energy waves that shot towards Wan Yi, Dragon Cave, and the others. Boom! 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 This energy was too strong. When it charged out, a large number of demon capital guards didn't even have time to react before their bodies exploded and their souls scattered. In an instant, at least 300 demon city guards had died under this move, and the entire great formation had been scattered. Once the formation was opened, the power of the 3 demon lords and the demon guards was dispersed. How could Lu Ming miss such an opportunity? Bam! He stomped on the ground and his body that was a few 100 meters tall rushed up. The divine power that he had stored in the measure word formula surged into Lu Ming's body and flowed out through his arms. Kill! Lu Ming roared and swept out his spear. The huge spear that was 10,000 miles long enveloped a large number of demon guards. Bam! Bam! One by one, the demon capital guards exploded in the air like rotten tomatoes. Blood splattered everywhere. This spear had killed at least 500 demon guards. Damn it, Wan Yi, Dragon Cave, and the other two demon lords roared in their hearts, unable to remain calm. At this moment, other than Wan Yi, the other two demon lords regretted. If they had known that Lu Ming was so terrifying, they would have listened to Wan Yi and burned their divine power to kill Lu Ming in one fell swoop. However, it was too late to regret now. Kill! Lu Ming stared at the three demon lords and thrust his spear at the demon lord of Dragon Cave who was closest to him. The spear light was like a shooting star, instantly approaching the demon lord of Dragon Cave. Not good, the demon lord of Dragon Cave was shocked. He quickly waved his hands and used his strongest move to block. However, when Lu Ming was at the third level of the celestial god realm, his strength had already suppressed a half-step divine king demon lord. Now that he had broken through to the fourth level of the celestial god realm, his strength was even more overwhelming. Boom! The spear light pierced through the Dragon Cave Demon Master's attack without stopping, continuing to stab towards the Dragon Cave Demon Master. Puff! The body of the Dragon Cave's Demon Master was directly pierced by the spear light, a bloody hole appearing. Dragon Cave Demon Master screamed miserably, his body flying outwards, seriously injured. Die! Lu Ming did not give the Dragon Cave's Demon Master any chance. He took a step forward, and his spear lashed out at the Dragon Cave's Demon Master's head. The Dragon Cave Demon Master was already heavily injured, so how could he dodge? With a miserable cry, Lu Ming's head exploded, and he died on the spot. A Demon Master was killed just like that. In the surroundings, many of the demon capital guards were almost scared to death. They didn't have the slightest bit of will to fight. They turned around and ran, not daring to stay for even a moment. Let's go, let's go. Not to mention the demon capital guards, even Wan Xia was incomparably terrified. He took Wan Xing and fled madly. The other demon master also fled in another direction. Don't even think about leaving. With a cold shout, a sword light shot out from the rubble below and slashed at the fleeing demon master. I didn't expect such a genius to be captured and brought to the beast battle arena. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. The one who attacked was a young man with a cultivation of peak level 7 heavenly god realm. However, his combat strength was extremely shocking, as he was able to hold back the demon master. Such strength was not weaker than Pei Lin. Obviously, for some unknown reason, this young man was also captured and brought to the beast battle arena. The demon capital mountain was really daring to do anything. They even dared to capture such a genius. Was it because of the mountain behind them? Lu Ming's mind raced as he chased after Wan Xia at an extremely fast speed. He must kill Wan Xia and Wan Xing, damn it, Wan Xia was shocked. He frantically burned his divine power and flew forward. However, Lu Ming executed the Nine Heavens Kunpeng technique, as if he had turned into a Kunpeng. His speed was faster than Wan Xia's, and the distance between the two was rapidly shortened. Whoosh! When the distance was shortened to a certain extent, Lu Ming thrust out his spear, and a spear light burst out, rushing rapidly towards Wan Xia. Wan Xia had no choice but to stop and turn around to block the attack. Wan Xia's combat strength was higher than usual as he was burning his divine power. He managed to block Lu Ming's attack, but his body was pushed back. His face was pale, and he spurted out a mouthful of blood. Your divine power should be almost depleted soon, right? Lu Ming stepped forward, looking down at Wan Xia and Wan Xing from above. Under Lu Ming's body that was a few hundred meters tall, Wan Yi and Wan Xing were like two ants. Father, what should we do? What should we do? Wan Xing was scared to death. His body was trembling, and his face was extremely pale. He was used to acting like a tyrant in the beast battle arena, and even demon capital city. With Wan Xia's name, not many people dared to go against him. He had always been high and mighty. When had he ever faced such a situation? He was completely flustered, and he was out of his wits. Lu Ming, there's something that you probably don't know. My demon capital mountain has a backer in 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion. He's a real big shot. If you kill us, the big shot from 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion won't let you go. Wan Xie said coldly. The backer of Demon Capital Mountain? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. As long as he knew who the backer of Demon Capital Mountain was, he might be able to find out who was the traitor of 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion. Speak, who's the backer of Demon Capital Mountain? Or, which force is it? Lu Ming asked coldly. You want to know who's behind us? You just need to know that we have a backer behind us, a backer that you can't afford to offend. Otherwise, with a treasure like the Devil Night Spring, how could the Devil Capital Mountain have survived until now? Wan Xie sneered and threatened Lu Ming. Not going to say it? Then I'll search for it myself. Lu Ming wasn't afraid of threats. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his spear and swept it towards Wan Xie. Wan Xie was shocked. He didn't expect that Lu Ming wouldn't be threatened at all and could only resist with all his might. However, he had been burning his divine force for a long time and had consumed a lot of it. He didn't even exchange a few blows with Lu Ming before his divine force was completely burned out. Bang! Lu Ming's spear landed on Wan Xie's body. The lower half of Wan Xie's body exploded, leaving only the upper half of his body floating in the air. His aura was weak. Then, Lu Ming reached out and grabbed at the void. A suction force appeared and caught Wan Xing in his hand. Wan Xing was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered in Lu Ming's hand. He didn't have the slightest strength to resist and could only scream miserably. No, don't kill me. Father, save me, I don't want to die, Wan Xing was crying and snot. He was so scared that he even wet his pants. When he killed others, he didn't even blink. He was even excited. When it was his turn, he was more afraid than anyone else. Don't kill him. Wan Xie roared. Speak, tell me who's the backer of Demon Capital Mountain and I can consider letting him go. Lu Ming said. Chapter 2971. Lu Ming used Wan Xing to threaten Wan Xie, wanting him to reveal the backing behind the Demon Capital Mountain. I don't know. I don't know who the backing behind the Demon Capital Mountain is. I only know that the Demon Capital Mountain has a backer, Wan Xie roared. How dare you trick me? Lu Ming's eyes turned cold as he exerted force in his palm. Wan Xing screamed as his body exploded. I really don't know. I really don't know. I'll fight it out with you. Wan Xie roared as he mustered his remaining strength and charged towards Lu Ming. I'll send you on your way. Lu Ming said coldly as he exerted force in his palm. Wan Xing's body exploded, his soul scattered. At the same time, Lu Ming executed the moon beheading technique. A crescent-shaped spear light flashed. When the spear light disappeared, Wan Xie also disappeared, vanishing into thin air. Lu Ming didn't have the slightest mercy towards people like Wan Xie and Wan Xing. Wan Xie and Wan Xing were father and son. They controlled the bestial battle arena and committed all kinds of crimes. After so many years, countless people had died in their hands. Lu Ming didn't search Wan Xie's soul because there was no need to. Since Wan Xie said that he didn't know, then he really didn't know. With a wave of his hand, he kept Wan Xie's storage ring and returned to the bestial battle arena in a flash. At this moment, almost all the demon capital guards in the bestial battle arena had run away. Only that young man was still fighting with another demon lord. Although that demon lord had the upper hand in terms of strength, that young man was fighting without any regard for his life. He was entangled with the other party and didn't care even if he was injured. At this moment, seeing Lu Ming return, that demon lord was almost scared to death. Kill! Lu Ming directly charged over. With Lu Ming's participation, that demon lord's fate was sealed. It didn't take long for him to be killed by Lu Ming. Brother, thank you for saving me this time. That young man cupped his fists towards Lu Ming with a face full of gratitude. "You're welcome. I was just passing by." Lu Ming smiled and put the Demon Master's storage ring away with a wave of his hand. "You must be a genius from the outside world, right? I'm really curious. Why are there so many people here this time around?" Lu Ming looked at the young man. "To tell you the truth, we came to the Demon Capital Mountain this time to complete a mission," the young man said. "Mission?" Lu Ming was taken aback. This was indeed somewhat unexpected. "Could it be that you are here to complete the mission of the Starry Camp? Is the Starry Camp going to start recruiting again?" Meanwhile, Wu Zifeng spoke abruptly. Previously, Lu Ming had been with Autumn Moon, Wu Zifeng, and Yu Linglong. The three of them were by Lu Ming's side. "You know?" The young man stared blankly at Wu Zifeng. "I am Wu Zifeng." Wu Zifeng brought his fists together. "So you're a disciple of the Wu clan. No wonder, I am Yang Shi. You're right, this is indeed the mission given to us by the Starry Camp. Those who wish to join the Starry Camp have to go through a trial. This time, our trial is to obtain the Demon Master Badge and the Demon King Badge of the Demon Capital Mountain. The Demon Masters and Demon Kings of the Demon Capital Mountain have a badge that represents their identity. Only those who have obtained the Demon Master Badge and the Demon King Badge of the Demon Capital Mountain are allowed to join the Starry Camp," the young man explained. "Starry Camp?" Lu Ming listened with a confused expression. "Brother Lu, the Starry Camp is the place where the geniuses of the Nine Extinction Heavenly Emperor Palace gather. The strongest geniuses of the Nine Extinction Heavenly Emperor Palace are all gathered in the Starry Camp," Wu Zifeng explained. "Oh, I see. Is the cultivation environment of the Starry Camp that good? So many geniuses of the Nine Extinction Heavenly Emperor Palace are gathered there?" Lu Ming was curious. The cultivation environment is one thing. The main thing is that only by joining the Starry Camp can one be recommended to cultivate in the core cultivation sacred grounds of the Taishu dynasty. This is essential if one wants to rise up in the Taishu dynasty and occupy a high position, Wu Zifeng explained. Lu Ming understood. This was a bit like the imperial examinations in the mortal world. One had to follow the rules step by step to reach a high position. Lu Ming's eyes looked towards the direction of the City Lord Mansion. He finally knew why these geniuses would suddenly attack the City Lord Mansion. It was because of the Demon Master Badge and the Demon King Badge. This time, Lu Ming was the first to make a move. It was like a fuse that ignited the battle. In fact, even if he did not make a move, those geniuses would find a chance to make a move. "You guys stay here first. I'll go and take a look." After Lu Ming finished speaking, his body shrunk and returned to his normal form. As his cultivation increased, his divine body became stronger and stronger. The time he spent in his ancient divine body also became longer. This was the benefit of having a lot of stamina. "Young master, be careful," Qiu Yu reminded. "Don't worry." Lu Ming smiled and then flew towards the City Lord Mansion. Qiu Yu and the rest did not follow. Yang Shi also did not follow. He was injured previously and needed time to heal. Soon, Lu Ming arrived in the vicinity of the City Lord Mansion. However, he did not make a move. Instead, he found a secluded place nearby to hide. Then, he took out a divine pill and swallowed it. This kind of divine pill could restore stamina. Moreover, Lu Ming was also injured previously and needed time to heal. After that, there might be a big battle to fight. This time, the matter was beyond Lu Ming's expectations. In this way, the Demon Capital Mountain could not be saved and would be destroyed. Lu Ming wanted to find out which force was colluding with the Dark Ice Tribe and the Nine Extinction Heavenly King Mansion, so he could only rely on the Dark Knight Demon King. Lu Ming was waiting for the Dark Knight Demon King to appear. In the sky above the City Lord Mansion, the battle was extremely tragic. Demon capital guards were constantly killed and their corpses fell to the ground. The City Lord Mansion was filled with the corpses of the demon capital guards. The remaining 4 demon lords were also suppressed by the 4 ninth-level heavenly god prodigies. They were in danger. "I'll fight it out with you," one of the demon lords roared. The divine power in his body burned as he fought fiercely with the 9th-level heavenly god prodigies. At the same time, the other 3 demon lords gritted their teeth and burned their divine power, desperately trying to escape. Want to escape? Dream on. The 4 ninth-level heavenly god prodigies shouted coldly. They did not want to achieve anything, but they did not want to make any mistakes. They changed their strategy and only entangled the other party, no longer taking the initiative to attack. There was a time limit to burning divine power. Soon, their divine power would be exhausted. At that time, they would be at their mercy. Indeed, not long after, the 4 demon lords' auras rapidly declined. Kang! The sound of a sword shook the sky. The black-robed youth slashed across the sky and killed a demon lord. Die! The youth covered in golden light killed a demon lord with a palm. And Wu Shui's senior brother, the blood-robed youth, also killed a demon lord. Demon lord, demon lord. The last demon lord roared crazily, his face full of unwillingness. However, before he could say anything, he was also killed. At this point, the 9 demon lords of the demon capital city were all dead. Chapter 2972. After the 4 prodigies killed the demon lords, they looked towards the depths of the city lord manor. Boom! At this moment, a vast aura erupted from the depths of the city lord manor. Following which, a figure stepped out and stood in the air. This person was the Dark Knight Demon King. Dark Knight Demon King, you've finally appeared. Wu Shui's senior brother, the blood-robed youth said coldly. Why? Why do you want to kill us? The Dark Knight Demon King's face was filled with malevolence. Why do you ask so many questions? Do we need a reason to destroy a small demon capital mountain? The youth who was covered in golden light was extremely domineering. Ha ha ha, I don't need a reason. Indeed. The Dark Knight Demon King laughed, his eyes becoming even more malevolent. He stared at the 4 prodigies and sneered, although your talents are high, you're only in the heavenly god realm. Do you think you can fight me? Also, you've just gone through a huge battle and should have used up a lot of your divine energy. Ha ha ha. The Dark Knight Demon King sneered. So you didn't come out just now because you wanted to use up our divine energy. What a vicious method. The black-robed youth said. Obviously, the Dark Knight Demon King knew about the battle outside. However, no matter how the demon lords shouted, the Dark Knight Demon King didn't appear. He wanted to let the demon lords use up their divine energy. The more they used up, the more confident he would be. Ha ha ha, those trash sacrificed themselves for me. It's a worthy death. As for you, there are so many prodigies. Today, I'll be able to kill so many of you. Ha ha ha. The Dark Knight Demon King sneered, his aura becoming even more violent. Boom! He suddenly attacked, throwing out a palm. This palm was aimed directly at the prodigy who was covered in golden light. Boom! The youth who was covered in golden light had been paying attention to the Dark Knight Demon King. The moment the Dark Knight Demon King attacked, he attacked as well. A huge golden palm print blasted forward. The 2 palm prints clashed in the void. Boom! The void exploded, and a powerful force spread out. Then, the golden palm print collapsed and the youth who was covered in golden light retreated, spitting out a mouthful of blood. There's an insurmountable gap between the heavenly god realm and the god king realm. Today, I'll let you know that the gap between the heavenly god realm and the god king realm isn't something that can be bridged with talent. The Dark Knight Demon King roared. His entire being emitted a dazzling light, as if he was a burning star. His divine energy was extremely dense. Even the weakest divine king was several times stronger than a heavenly god. Boom! The demon of the night moved again, continuing to attack the young man who was covered in golden light. King Suppression Pagoda. At this moment, the young man whose body was covered in golden light let out a long cry. His forehead shone and a small pagoda flew out. The small pagoda was golden in color. After it flew out, it rapidly enlarged, becoming the size of a mountain. Wang! The small pagoda trembled, and waves of mysterious energy spread out, enveloping the darkness Devil King. The Dark Knight Demon King's aura trembled as if it was unstable. Damn it, a treasure specially made to deal with divine kings, the Dark Knight Demon King roared. This kind of treasure wasn't a divine weapon, but a secret treasure that had been specially made. This kind of secret treasure was specially made to deal with divine kings. It produced a special wave that could affect the divine king's star nucleus. When the star nucleus was unstable, one's strength would be greatly reduced. Of course, the higher one's cultivation was, the smaller the effect would be. However, for someone like the Dark Knight Demon King, who was in the first heaven of the King God realm, the effect was still significant. If talent can't make up for it, what about treasures? The young man whose body was covered in golden light sneered. His aura burst out, and he attacked the Dark Knight Demon King. Boom! The two of them exchanged another blow. This time, the young man whose body was covered in golden light was pushed back again. You want to rely on a treasure to deal with me? Dream on! The Dark Knight Demon King roared. He crazily circulated his divine energy, trying to get out of the range of the King's suppression pagoda. Who said that there's only one treasure? King Destruction Bell. Wu Shui's senior brother waved his hand, and a big green bell flew out. Dang! Dang! The big bell vibrated, producing sound waves that rushed towards the Dark Knight Demon King. The Dark Knight Demon King's aura trembled, becoming unstable. King Extinction Sword. The black-robed young man shouted coldly. He waved his hand, and a battle sword flew out. Boundless sword chi rushed towards the Dark Knight Demon King. Three treasures that were specially used to deal with god kings. At this moment, the Dark Knight Demon King's expression changed. It became extremely ugly. Under the suppression of the three treasures, he could feel the star nucleus in his body trembling non-stop, as if it was being suppressed. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't exert his full strength. Humph, Dark Knight Demon King, today will be the day you die. Hee hee. Wu Shui's senior brother sneered. His figure flashed, and he charged towards the Dark Knight Demon King. At the same time, the other three Ninth Heaven God Realm geniuses also charged towards the Dark Knight Demon King. You want to kill me? Don't even think about it. The Dark Knight Demon King roared. How could he allow himself to be captured without putting up a fight? He used all his strength to resist. Boom! 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 The four geniuses and the Dark Knight Demon King engaged in an intense battle. The city lord's mansion was boiling, and all kinds of divine lights were flying in all directions. In the surroundings, the battle between the other geniuses and the demon city guards had already stopped. The remaining demon city guards who were still alive had already fled. The other geniuses didn't chase after them. Their target was the 9 demon lords and the Dark Knight Demon King. Killing the demon city guards was useless. During this process, Lu Ming didn't make a move. It was such a good opportunity to sit on the mountain and watch the tiger head. Why would he stupidly rush out? He focused on recovering and healing his injuries. The wounds on his body had basically healed, and his stamina had also recovered by 60 to 70%. He was waiting for an opportunity to make a move. Let's attack too. On the side, Pei Lin, Wu Shui, and a few other stronger geniuses also joined the battle. Under the influence of the secret treasure, their strength was enough to pose a threat to the Dark Knight Demon King. In the blink of an eye, the battle between the two sides had gone on for a few minutes. The Dark Knight Demon King was gradually losing and was at a disadvantage. Pooh! A sword light flashed, and a sword wound appeared on the Dark Knight Demon King's body. Blood flowed out. Bang! Following that, the young man whose entire body was suffused with golden radiance imprinted a palm print on the Dark Knight Demon King's body, causing the Dark Knight Demon King to stagger and retreat repeatedly. Blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Seeing the Dark Knight Demon King injured, these geniuses became even more excited. They used all kinds of methods, divine skills, and secret techniques, which broadened Lu Ming's horizons. Lu Ming discovered that the secret techniques that these geniuses of the Nine Extinction Heavenly King Mansion controlled were shockingly powerful. Some were even comparable to his Divine Dragon Aspect technique. Of course, this was because Lu Ming was far from cultivating the Divine Dragon Aspect technique to greater mastery. The Divine Dragon Aspect technique was obtained from a ruin. The more Lu Ming cultivated, the more he felt that it was unfathomable. If he could cultivate hundreds or thousands of Divine Dragon Aspects in the future, that kind of power made Lu Ming incomparably look forward to it. Chapter 2973. The Dark Knight Demon roared furiously as he tried his best to resist. Both of them exchanged over 100 blows. More and more wounds appeared on the Dark Knight Demon's body. He relied on the defense and vitality of a Divine King to hold on for the time being. However, if this continued, he wouldn't be able to hold on any longer and would be exhausted to death. He was frustrated as he couldn't unleash his full strength. The Dark Knight Demon frantically activated the Star Core, but the three secret treasures emitted a strange wave that restrained his Star Core. He tried his best to unleash his full strength, but he could only unleash 50 to 60% of its power. Puff! A sword light slashed towards the Dark Knight Demon's neck. He dodged it quickly, but it still left a wound on his cheek. Damn it, damn it! The Dark Knight Demon roared. He was a little crazy after being injured continuously. His eyes were filled with malice. If you want me to die, then let's die together. It's worth it to drag all of you down with me. The Dark Knight Demon King roared. His aura suddenly became berserk. Following that, a ball of light emitted from his dantian. The ball of light was dazzling and resplendent. Following that, a crystal the size of a dragon's eye appeared. As soon as the crystal appeared, it emitted a terrifying wave of energy. It's a star core. A young man exclaimed. In the distance, Lu Ming's gaze also froze. He recognized that the crystal was a star core. This was the star core that the Dark Knight Demon condensed when he broke through to the Divine King realm. It was different from the stellar core that Lu Ming obtained. The stellar core that Lu Ming obtained was many times stronger than this star core in terms of size, quality, and energy waves. Although it couldn't be compared to the stellar core, the energy waves emitted by this star core were extremely terrifying. Buzz! As soon as the star core appeared, it vibrated slightly. Then, a terrifying wave of energy spread out from the star core as if it was going to break through the suppression of the three secret treasures. Oh no, he's going to self-destruct his star core. Retreat! The young geniuses were terrified as they backed off in a frenzy. Go to hell! The Dark Knight Demon King roared with a ferocious look on his face. Then, with a cracking sound, a crack appeared on the star core and it split into two. Half of it flew into the Dark Knight Demon King's dantian while the other half exploded with a boom. The Dark Knight Devil King didn't really want to completely detonate his astral core. He actually split it into half. This way, he could at least preserve some of his cultivation base. Even if it was only half of a star core's self-destruction, the power would still be terrifying. It was as if a planet had exploded. A mushroom cloud rose up, and a terrifying energy rushed out in all directions. The first to bear the brunt were the three secret treasures. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The three secret treasures shook violently. Then, cracks appeared on them. Soon, more and more cracks appeared on them. Then, they exploded. The three secret treasures exploded one after another, and the ripples disappeared. The remaining energy caused the Skyprides to vomit blood. Fortunately, they had reacted early and retreated early. Moreover, the Dark Knight Devil had only self-destructed half of its star core. Although they were injured, their injuries were not serious. The Dark Knight Devil King also vomited blood. After self-destructing half of his star core, he was also seriously injured and his vitality was greatly damaged. At this moment, the Dark Knight Devil King couldn't care less about his injuries. He ran for his life. He didn't know where to go and randomly chose a direction to escape. That direction happened to be the direction where Lu Ming was hiding. Chase. The Sky Prides caught their breath and chased after the Dark Knight Devil King. Swish. The Dark Knight Devil King's speed was very fast. Soon, he was not far away from Lu Ming. He's really coming to me. Lu Ming curled his lips and took out a long spear. With a swing of his hand, the long spear flew out like lightning and went straight for the Dark Knight Devil King's face. The Dark Knight Devil King was shocked. He waved his hand and slapped the long spear away, but his body also paused for a moment. At this moment, Lu Ming had already rushed out. Swish. Lu Ming soared into the sky and charged toward the Dark Knight Devil King. In the process of rushing out, his body swelled rapidly and turned into a few hundred meters tall green-armored ancient god. Even before Zhang Xian arrived, the 9 ice chains had already rushed out. It's you, Lu Ming. Get lost. When the Dark Knight Devil King saw Lu Ming, he roared and slapped out with his palm. The earth-shattering palm force shattered the 9 ice chains. However, Lu Ming's follow-up attack also arrived. Moon slashing. Lu Ming held the spear with both hands and slashed down. A huge spear light pressed down on the Dark Knight Devil King. Boom! The spear light collided with the Dark Knight Devil King's attack. The Dark Knight Devil King's body shook violently. His palm almost exploded and blood spurted out of his mouth. The Dark Knight Devil King had self-destructed half of his star core. His vitality was greatly damaged and his strength was less than 10%. After Lu Ming reached the 4th level of the Heavenly God realm, his combat strength had completely surpassed the current Dark Knight Devil King. As soon as the two exchanged blows, the Dark Knight Devil King was severely injured. Die, star explosion. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Lu Ming used his strongest move. A ray of spear light suddenly burst out and pierced towards the Dark Knight Demon King. The Dark Knight Devil King roared and tried his best to defend himself. However, the spear light exploded like a star core. The Dark Knight Devil King screamed in agony. He was blasted into pieces by the force. Only his soul was left. He tried to escape. However, Lu Ming grabbed with his hand and a 9-clawed dragon flew out. It opened its mouth and swallowed the Dark Knight Devil King's soul into the air. With a mournful and unwilling scream, the Dark Knight Demon King's soul was completely destroyed. The Dark Knight Devil King was dead. Following this, Lu Ming waved his hand and put away the Dark Knight Devil King's storage ring. As soon as Lu Ming put away the storage ring, Wu Shui's senior brother, the young man covered in a golden glow, and the others arrived and appeared in front of Lu Ming. Brat, it's you. Wu Shui roared, looking extremely ferocious. It's me. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Brat, hand over the Dark Knight Devil King's storage ring and I'll give you a quick death. Wu Shui's senior brother, the young man in a blood-red robe, said coldly. He didn't hide his killing intent at all. Give me a quick death? With just you? Lu Ming said in disdain. Humph, brat, don't think that you're so great just because you got first place in the Battle of Magic City. At that time, it wasn't convenient for us to fight so as not to alert the enemy. Otherwise, who do you think you are? The young man in a blood-red robe sneered. He suddenly took a step forward and rushed towards Lu Ming. A huge blood-red palm grabbed at Lu Ming. Get lost. Lu Ming shouted and swept out his spear. Boom. The blood-red palm collapsed and the young man in a blood-red robe retreated. Your strength? The young man in a blood-red robe looked at Lu Ming in shock. He wasn't a match for Lu Ming at all. Previously, although Lu Ming was strong and could defeat Pei Lin, the young man in a blood-red robe thought that he could defeat Lu Ming. However, in the previous exchange, Lu Ming's strength had completely surpassed his. Chapter 2974. Trying to kill me with your strength? You're the one who's going to die today. Lu Ming smirked and charged at the young man in a blood-red robe. Meanwhile, the other young geniuses made their moves too. All kinds of attacks were directed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. His spear shuddered and fired a few dozen spear glows at the geniuses. However, Lu Ming had now broken through to the fourth layer heaven god realm. His strength was at his peak. Meanwhile, the young man in a blood-red robe and the others were slightly injured when the Dark Knight Demon Emperor detonated half of his star core. Therefore, they were no match for Lu Ming even if they teamed up. The spear glows were blinding and sharp. They penetrated the attacks of the young man in a blood-red robe and the others. The young man in a blood-red robe and the others were knocked back. Trying to kill me with your strength? Lu Ming sneered. He held his spear and charged forward. The long spear vibrated and a huge spear gleam swept out. The young man in a blood-red robe and the others wore unpleasant looks. They yelled furiously and executed their strongest moves. However, they were no match for Lu Ming. They were knocked back in the end. Damn it, why is this kid so strong? The young man in a blood-red robe and the others yelled in their hearts. They were the geniuses of the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Palace, but they had never seen Lu Ming before. Where did Lu Ming come from? Bang! Lu Ming continued to step forward with a ferocious aura. The young man in a blood-red robe and the others were stunned. They subconsciously backed off. Lu Ming was advancing, while they were backing off. They no longer had the courage to fight. Given their current situation, they would only lose if they continued to fight. Back off. In the end, the young man in a blood-red robe and the others were unwilling to give up. They executed their movement techniques and backed off, distancing themselves from Lu Ming. Cowards, you still want my storage ring? Piss off. Lu Ming snapped coldly. The young man in a blood-red robe wore an unpleasant look. Kid, I'll remember what happened today. The blood-robed young man said coldly. Then, his figure flashed and he left the place. The other young geniuses also glanced coldly at Lu Ming. They had no choice but to leave. Not long after, all the geniuses had left. Let's search this place. Lu Ming shrunk his body and said to Autumn Moon and the others. Then, they rushed into the city lord's mansion and searched to see if they could find any clues. The originally majestic city master's mansion had already collapsed. It was a mess and there was no one inside. Lu Ming and the others shuttled through the ruined city master's mansion to see if they could find any clues about the Dark Ice Tribe and the 9 Extinction Heavenly King's mansion. They did not notice that a person had appeared not far from the city lord's mansion. This person was the daughter of the Night Demon King, Dark Knight Rose. Dark Knight Rose hadn't appeared in the previous battles. Dark Knight Rose looked at Lu Ming and the others in the distance. Her eyes were filled with hatred, greed, and other complicated emotions. Lu Ming, sooner or later, I'll devour you, he he he. Dark Knight Rose laughed coldly. Her eyes flashed with an evil light. Then, she disappeared in a flash. Just as Dark Knight Rose disappeared, 2 black figures appeared out of thin air. The 2 black figures were wrapped in black robes. Their faces couldn't be seen clearly. Only a pair of cold eyes could be seen under the black robes. What should we do? The storage ring of the Night Demon is in that kid's hands. One of them said. With our strength, we're no match for that kid. The other person said. However, the storage ring of the Night Demon King must not fall into the hands of outsiders. We must get it. The first person said. The only thing we can do now is to secretly keep an eye on them and send a message back to the Lord to send experts to kill them. The second person said. Alright, that's the only way. The first person said. After saying that, the 2 figures flashed and disappeared without a trace. Lu Ming and the others had no idea that they were being watched. They searched the city lord mansion several times and found a lot of treasures. However, they didn't find any clues about the collusion between the Dark Ice Tribe and the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion or the treasures of the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion. I wonder if there's any clue in the storage ring of the Night Demon King? Lu Ming thought in his heart. After searching for 2 more rounds, there was still no clue. Lu Ming, Qiu Yu, and the others left the place. Not long after, they found a secret place. Lu Ming took out the storage ring of the Night Demon King and checked it. Lu Ming was stunned when he checked it out. The Night Demon King controlled the demonic night spring. Over the years, he had accumulated a lot of wealth. In the storage ring, there were all kinds of precious divine pills, divine herbs, and divine materials piled up like a mountain. There were all kinds of divine artifacts, and there were even a few supreme-grade divine artifacts. As for divine crystals, there were countless of them. In addition, Lu Ming also found a saint-grade divine technique. This saint-grade divine technique, when cultivated to the peak, could cultivate saint-grade divine power. However, the Night Demon King obviously didn't cultivate it to the highest realm. Otherwise, his strength would be stronger. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Of course, he had to cultivate this sacred grade technique. In addition, Lu Ming also found a large amount of demonic night spring. There were more than 500 caddies. Good fellow, I guess the entire demonic night spring of the demonic night mountain is here. No wonder I couldn't find it before. Lu Ming muttered. Then, he took out 20 caddies of demonic night spring and distributed it to Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng, giving them 10 caddies each. 10 caddies of demonic night spring was enough for them to use for a long time. The 2 of them were naturally overjoyed and kept it. Lu Ming didn't give any to Autumn Moon. He would naturally give her as much as she wanted to use. There was no need for him to give it to her. What disappointed Lu Ming was that he didn't find any clues about the treasures of the 9 Extinction Heavenly King residence in the Night Demon King's storage ring. Could it be that the Night Demon King didn't leave any clues behind? Thinking of this, Lu Ming was a little disappointed. After that, he also checked the storage rings of the few demon masters, but he didn't find any clues. However, there were a few tokens in his hand. A total of 4 tokens. A Demon King token and 3 Demon Lord tokens. This was what Wu Shui and the others were here to obtain. Demon King token, Demon Lord token. As long as you have this, you can join the Starry Camp. Wu Zifeng's eyes flashed, revealing a burning flame. Did we just come out of nowhere? Can we join the Starry Camp? Lu Ming asked curiously. Yes, as long as you aren't over the age limit and your cultivation is above the Heavenly God realm, you can join the Starry Camp as long as you have the Demon King token and Demon Lord token. Wu Zifeng said. After speaking, Wu Zifeng pondered for a while and continued, Brother Lu, if you want to investigate the treasures of the 9 Extinction Heavenly King residence, why don't you join the Starry Camp first? After all, the Starry Camp is close to the guards of the 9 Extinction Heavenly King residence. Maybe you can find some clues. Chapter 2975. Alright, let's join the Starry Camp first. Lu Ming nodded and made his decision. Originally, the purpose of his trip was to go to the 9 Extinction Heavenly King mansion. He came to the Demon Capital Mountain just to check it out. If he could not find any clues, he would go to the 9 Extinction Heavenly King mansion to investigate. Alright, let's go. Wu Zifeng said. Immediately, the 4 of them left the Demon Capital Mountain. After a long journey, they came to the core of the Chu Tian star field. They then took the Interstar Field teleportation formation and went to the 9 Extinction Heavenly King mansion. There was still a long distance between the Chu Tian star field and the 9 Extinction Heavenly King mansion. Even if they were to travel in a straight line, they were still separated by more than 10 star fields. It took them almost a year's time just to travel. Finally, they came to the territory near the 9 Extinction Heavenly King mansion. They then took the Starry Sky battleship and flew to the 9 Extinction Heavenly King mansion. Gradually, in the universe ahead, a huge galaxy appeared before Lu Ming and the others. Looking at the galaxy, Lu Ming and Qiu Yu were stunned. There were actually 3 stars in this galaxy. Normally, a galaxy would have 1 star. With 1 star as the core, the other planets would revolve around the star to form a galaxy. However, there were 3 stars in this galaxy. Huge planets were orbiting around the 3 stars in a strange orbit. Lu Ming swept his gaze across the area. There were at least over 30 planets revolving around the 3 stars. As the distance between them shortened, Lu Ming was even more shocked by what he saw. In the periphery of the galaxy, the planets were shining with different kinds of light. At the same time, there were many colossal ships patrolling around the galaxy. These colossal ships gave off an extremely dangerous feeling. Wu Zifeng and Yu Linglong looked calm. Obviously, they were used to it. These huge creatures are a kind of war machine. They are very terrifying. They can monitor the space around the galaxy. Once they find an enemy invading, they will launch a thunderous counterattack. It is said that even a peak divine king would be killed. Wu Zifeng explained. Lu Ming gasped a breath of cold air. Even a pinnacle god king could be killed. Such might was truly horrifying. Any one of them would be able to crush the Qin Tian star field. Let's go in. We'll go to that planet first. Wu Zifeng pointed at a fiery red planet at the outermost edge of the galaxy. Lu Ming controlled the starry sky battleship and flew towards the fiery red planet. Who is it? With a cold shout, a group of burly men in fiery red armor appeared on the outskirts of the planet, blocking Lu Ming's path. The aura emanating from his body made Lu Ming and the others apprehensive. Divine kings, there are divine kings among them. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. There were 12 burly men in the team. Lu Ming sensed that at least 3 of them were at the God King realm. The other 9 were most likely peak heaven gods. As expected of the 9 absolute heavenly kings' residents. These were only the outermost guards, but there were many divine kings who appeared casually. Their strength was truly unfathomable. I'm Wu Zifeng, a disciple of the Wu family. These are my friends. Wu Zifeng flew out of the starry sky battleship and took out an identity token. They are indeed disciples of the Wu family. Have they been to the 9 absolute heavenly kings' residence before? If not, leave your life aura. A burly man in the divine king realm said. Yes. Wu Zifeng nodded. Along the way, Wu Zifeng had also explained the procedure to enter the 9 absolute heavenly kings' residence. Lu Ming was not surprised. He went forward with Qiu Yu and left their life aura on a disc array. After leaving their life aura, the burly men in fiery red armor did not stop them and allowed Lu Ming and the others to enter the planet. After entering the planet, they flew towards the other side of the planet, towards the core of the galaxy. If they did not pass by this planet and directly entered from another space in the galaxy, they would be attacked by those war machines. Unless they had cultivation beyond the divine king realm, they would not be able to survive. They flew towards the core of the planet. Not long after, a huge planet appeared in front of them. This planet was the largest in the galaxy. Even if they were far away, they could feel that there was a surging energy on this planet. Around each planet, there was a halo that surrounded the planet. It looked very beautiful from afar. At the same time, Lu Ming felt that from all directions, even the universe's starry sky, energy was constantly being absorbed by this planet and converging on this planet. This planet has a great formation that can absorb energy from the outside world. Lu Ming whispered. Yes, this planet does have a great formation that is constantly absorbing energy from the universe and converging it on this planet, making the divine aura on this planet extremely rich. Wu Zifeng explained. He then smiled and said, "This is the 9 absolute heavenly kings' residence. We have arrived." This is the 9 absolute heavenly kings' residence. The entire planet? Lu Ming was surprised. Yes, the entire planet is the 9 absolute heavenly kings' residence. Wu Zifeng nodded and explained, the entire planet is shrouded by a great formation. It's like a huge residence or a city. Lu Ming and Qiu Yu were amazed. This was really a big deal. As they got closer, Lu Ming finally found that the entire planet was shrouded by a huge light shield. However, in different directions of the planet, there would be gaps in the light shield, like a door. Wu Zifeng told them that there were a total of 8 gaps in the entire planet, which were 8 doors, distributed in 8 directions of the planet. Each door was guarded by a large number of experts. With such a tight defense, there are still people who can steal treasures from the 9 absolute heavenly kings' residence. Hee hee. Lu Ming sneered. At this point, Lu Ming understood that if there was no cooperation from the 9 absolute heavenly kings' residence, it would be impossible for outsiders to steal the treasures. There must be internal personnel cooperating. They flew towards the nearest door. Around the door, there were a large number of experts guarding. Each of them was wearing armor and had a terrifying aura. Divine kings, they are all divine kings. From these people, Lu Ming felt a terrifying aura. This aura was the aura of a divine king. These guards were actually all god kings. Here, Lu Ming and Xiao Yu left behind a trace of life aura. That was why they were able to enter the door. As soon as he entered the door, Lu Ming could feel a strong divine aura surging toward him. What a strong divine aura! Lu Ming took a deep breath, feeling refreshed and invigorated. Cultivating here would definitely be much faster than cultivating in the outside world. Let's go. I will bring you to the Wu family's residence. Wu Zifeng said, taking the lead to fly forward. Lu Ming and the rest followed. Chapter 2976. This planet was the 9 extinction heavenly king mansion. Therefore, there were no cities on this planet. In the vast territory, all kinds of buildings could be built wherever one wanted to cultivate. Lu Ming and the rest flew high in the sky. They looked up and found that the entire planet had mountains, lakes, and rivers. Moreover, between these mountains, lakes, and rivers, there were all kinds of buildings. Your Wu family's headquarters is on this planet? Lu Ming asked curiously. You can say that, but it's not very accurate. Wu Zifeng said, in fact, in the 9 extinction heavenly king mansion, there are many big families with a long history, such as our Wu family and the Qin family where Qin Wuyo and the rest came from. These big families all have experts working in the 9 extinction heavenly king mansion. Therefore, their headquarters are all set up on this planet. However, most of the ancestral lands of the great worlds are not here. They are scattered in different galaxies. That is the foundation of the big families. For example, although our Wu family's headquarters is here, our ancestral land is in another galaxy. Most of our experts are gathered there. Lu Ming nodded and roughly understood. Soon, an endless mountain range appeared in front of them. On these mountains, there were countless buildings that stretched as far as the eye could see. This was the Wu family's headquarters in the 9 extinction heavenly king mansion. Let's go, you guys stay in the Wu family first. Wu Zifeng said. Everyone flew forward. Third young master. Greetings, third young master. Along the way, many people bowed to Wu Zifeng. Although Wu Zifeng's cultivation was not very high, he was the son of the current Wu family head. His status was very high. After entering the Wu family, Wu Zifeng soon arranged a courtyard for Lu Ming and Xiao Moon to stay. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming and Xiao Moon had been in the Wu family for 3 days. On this day, Wu Zifeng and Yu Linglong found Lu Ming. Brother Lu, there's something I want to ask of you. Wu Zifeng said. Brother Wu, if you have something to say, just say it. Lu Ming smiled. Brother Lu, are you selling that Devil Master token? Wu Zifeng said. Demon Lord token? What? Do you need it? If you need it, just take it. Autumn Moon and I only need 2 pieces. Lu Ming said. He had 3 Demon Master tokens and 1 Demon King token. He and Autumn Moon would only need 2 tokens to enter the Universal Camp. There was no point in keeping the extra 2 tokens. Originally, he wanted to give it to Wu Zifeng and Yu Linglong. However, their cultivation had not reached the heavenly god realm, so they could not use it. It's like this. I have 2 cousins who also participated in the Starry Sky Camp assessment. However, they were unlucky and did not complete the assessment. Therefore, I would like to purchase 2 Demon Lord tokens from you. Wu Zifeng said. The Wu family also participated in the Starry Camp assessment. Why didn't I see him on Devil Capital Mountain? Lu Ming asked curiously. The Devil Capital Mountain assessment is just one of the many assessments in the Starry Camp. Actually, there are many geniuses who want to join the Starry Camp. The assessment of the Starry Camp is divided into many categories, and they are all randomly selected. Some people will be selected for one category, while others will be selected for another category. Those who go to the Devil Capital Mountain are only a small part of the Starry Camp assessment. Wu Zifeng explained. Lu Ming was enlightened. So that was the case. It seemed like Wu Zifeng's two cousins had participated in other assessments and did not complete the assessment. It's alright. The Demon Lord token is useless. If your cousins need it, just give it to them. Lu Ming said. Then I will thank you in advance. I will call my two cousins over. Wu Zifeng revealed a joyful expression and left Lu Ming's courtyard. Not long later, Wu Zifeng came over with two young men. The two young men looked like they were in their 20s. They were tall and sturdy and handsome. Wu Ming. Wu Yu. Greetings, Brother Lu. The two young men cupped their fists towards Lu Ming. Brother, you are too polite. I heard that you too need the Demon Lord token, so I have 2 extra here. Here. 2 Demon Lord tokens appeared in Lu Ming's hand. With a wave of his hand, they flew towards Wu Ming and Wu Yu. Wu Ming and Wu Yu reached out to receive them and revealed a joyful expression. Brother Lu, how much are the Demon Lord tokens? We will buy them. Wu Ming said. Since you're Zifeng's brothers, then you're my brothers. We're all brothers of the same family, so there's no need to be so polite. I have no use for these 2 Demon Lord tokens, so just take them. There's no need to buy them. Lu Ming said with a smile. Then this, how can we accept it? Wu Yu was a little hesitant. Brothers Wu, unless you look down on me, Lu Ming, and don't want to be friends with me, Lu Ming purposely sighed. Brother Lu, you have misunderstood. We have heard from Zifeng that Brother Lu is a peerless genius. We have long wanted to be friends with you. How can we look down on you? That's right. If that's the case, we will accept these Demon Lord tokens. Wu Ming and Wu Yu quickly said. Brothers Wu, when are you going to the Starry Camp? Lu Ming changed the topic and asked. There are 7 more days before we report to the Starry Camp. How about we go together then? Wu Ming said. That's what I want. Lu Ming smiled. They were all young people and soon became familiar with each other. The few of them took out wine and chatted while drinking. Lu Ming knew more about the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Palace. After 3 rounds of wine, Wu Zifeng and the others left. In the next few days, Lu Ming and Qiu Yu stayed in the Wu family. They did not know that there were 2 black-robed men wandering around the Wu family. What should we do? They have entered the Wu family. One of them said. The Wu family was extremely powerful. There was nothing they could do when Lu Ming and his crew entered the Wu family. It's impossible for them to stay in the Wu family forever. They have acquired the Demon Emperor badges and the Demon Lord tokens. They will most likely join the Starry Camp. We should prepare ourselves on the way to the Starry Camp and kill them all. The other black-robed man said coldly. The 2 observed for a while longer before leaving the place. 3 days were gone in the blink of an eye. On this day, Lu Ming was cultivating. In the past few days, he had been cultivating the Saint-grade divine technique he had obtained from the Dark Knight Devil King. Previously at the Demon Capital Mountain, Lu Ming had forcefully broken through to the 4th layer Heaven God realm, resulting in his foundation being unstable. It was impossible for Lu Ming to have a breakthrough in the following days. He could only strengthen his foundation before he could continue to break through to the next level. While he was polishing his foundation, Lu Ming could use this opportunity to practice his new magical technique. At that instant, a strange energy fluctuation was emitted from Lu Ming's wrist. The energy fluctuation came from Qiu Qiu. Qiu Qiu had always turned into a bracelet on Lu Ming's wrist. It had been asleep for a few hundred years, but there was finally some movement now. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Chapter 2977. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Qiuqiu, who had not moved for hundreds of years, finally moved. He knew that Qiuqiu had most likely refined the bronze that it had devoured in the ancient god world. After refining it for hundreds of years, what realm would Qiuqiu's cultivation reach? Lu Ming was looking forward to it. At this moment, Qiuqiu's bracelet glowed and flew out, turning into a metal ball that emitted a powerful energy wave. Qiu Moon was also startled. She came out of her room and looked at Qiuqiu curiously. "Young master, what's wrong?" Qiu Moon asked. "Qiuqiu is about to evolve." Such a powerful energy wave, Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. The light emitted from Qiuqiu's body became brighter and the energy wave that it emitted became stronger. "Come, let's leave this place first," Lu Ming said. He waved his hand and put Qiuqiu into a storage ring. Then, he and Qiu Moon flew out of the Wu family. Lu Ming was a guest brought back by the third young master of the Wu family, Wu Zifeng. Naturally, no one stopped them. Lu Ming left the Wu family smoothly. He sped up and found a secluded place to let Qiuqiu out. Boom! As soon as Qiuqiu was let out, it emitted a powerful energy wave. At the same time, an endless amount of divine qi gathered toward Qiuqiu. Fortunately, this was the Jiu Heavenly King residence. The divine qi was extremely dense, even denser than low-grade divine crystals. A large amount of divine qi was absorbed by Qiuqiu. Qiuqiu's aura rose at an astonishing speed. 3rd level Heavenly God, 4th level Heavenly God, 5th level Heavenly God, soon, it reached 9th level Heavenly God. This, Lu Ming and Qiu Moon were dumbfounded. They were stunned by the speed of improvement. The speed of improvement was faster than a rocket. However, it did not stop after reaching 9th level Heavenly God. It continued to improve. At the next moment, Qiuqiu's aura skyrocketed again. It broke through 9th level Heavenly God and reached the half-step Divine King realm. However, it was still not the limit. It was still improving. Could it break through to the Divine King realm? Lu Ming was both shocked and expectant. After sleeping for several hundred years, he had managed to make a breakthrough from Celestial God realm all the way to God King realm. If others were to hear of this, they would surely be shocked to death. However, Qiuqiu had refined the mysterious bronze, so anything was possible. Qiuqiu's body shone with resplendent light, flickering with a bronze luster. Its body seemed to be nurturing a terrifying energy that was charging towards the God King realm. Boom! Boom! Intense rumbling sounds came from Qiuqiu's body. After a while, boom! An incomparably terrifying aura burst out from Qiuqiu's body. A powerful pressure emanated from Qiuqiu. Under this pressure, Lu Ming and Qiu Yu could not help but retreat continuously. They only came to a stop after they had retreated more than 10,000 meters. Qiuqiu really broke through the pressure of a God King. Lu Ming was delighted. Qiuqiu's strength was already shocking. If it broke through to the Divine King realm, it would be even more powerful. Now that Lu Ming had just arrived at the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Palace, he did not know what kind of danger he would face. Now that Qiuqiu had broken through, it would become a powerful helper for Lu Ming. Phew! 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 Boundless energy gathered towards Qiuqiu. A few hours later, Qiuqiu stopped absorbing the energy and its aura stabilized. Celestial God Realm. Lu Ming could feel that Qiuqiu's cultivation was at Celestial God Realm. After retracting its aura, a pair of eyes and a mouth appeared on Qiuqiu's round body as it looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, I have broken through to the Divine King realm. Ha ha ha. Qiuqiu laughed and pounced towards Lu Ming, landing on Lu Ming's shoulder. You can speak now? Lu Ming smiled. Yes, I can after breaking through to the Divine King realm. Unfortunately, I am only at Celestial God realm, Qiuqiu let out a sigh. Lu Ming and Qiu Yu were speechless. Qiuqiu had only slept for a few hundred years and he had broken through to the Divine King realm, yet he still looked unsatisfied. If others knew about this, wouldn't they be angered to death? Lu Ming, why are you only at Celestial God Realm? Isn't that too slow? How did you cultivate? Qiuqiu spoke again, almost causing Lu Ming to suffer internal injuries. Lu Ming's eyelids twitched a few times as he said, yes, you are awesome. Alright, I will rely on you if I encounter an opponent that I cannot defeat in the future. Don't worry, leave it to me. I feel like I have endless energy. Qiuqiu shouted as its round body bounced around in the air. Lu Ming was in a good mood as Qiuqiu had broken through to the Divine King realm. He took out a large amount of precious metals and fed them to Qiuqiu. Qiuqiu's eyes lit up when it saw the metals. It extended 2 of its tentacles and stuffed them into its mouth. It was beaming with joy. With Qiuqiu's awakening, the following days were livelier. Soon, 10 days had passed. On this day, Lu Ming and Qiu Yu met up with Wu Ming and Wu Yu. They left the Wu family and headed towards the Starry Camp. The Starry Camp was also on the Planet 9 Extinction Heavenly King residence. It was quite far away from the Wu family. The 4 of them quickly flew towards the Starry Camp. Lu Ming, wait, just as everyone was flying over a mountain range, the quantifying character formula called out, looking rather anxious. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and he immediately shouted, wait. He pulled Qiu Yu's hand and stopped. Brother Lu, what's wrong? Seeing Lu Ming suddenly stop, Wu Ming and Wu Yu also stopped and looked at Lu Ming in surprise. Lu Ming did not answer. He did not know what was going on either. He was asking Qiuqiu. Old Qiuqiu, what's wrong? Lu Ming asked. I don't know the details. I can sense that the energy in front is abnormal. Qiuqiu said. Abnormal energy? Lu Ming was puzzled. Yes, the energy is abnormal. It's very powerful. It's like some kind of formation. Qiuqiu said. Qiuqiu did not know much about formations, but he was extremely sensitive to energy. Formation? Lu Ming frowned. There was actually a formation in this barren mountain range. Could there be some kind of ruins in front? Lu Ming's imagination ran wild. There might be a formation in front. Lu Ming said to Wu Yu and Wu Ming. A formation? Could it be some kind of ruins? Wu Ming and Wu Yu thought so too. I don't know, but this formation is very powerful. I'm afraid it's not something we can break. Let's remember the location and find some experts to break it in the future. Let's bypass this place first. Lu Ming said. Wu Ming and Wu Yu nodded. This was a safer method. Then, everyone bypassed this area and moved forward in another direction. However, they did not fly far. In the barren mountain below, there was a flash of light. A group of people surrounded Lu Ming and the other 3 in the middle. This was a group of people wearing blood-rimmed robes with a wooden expression. However, each of them was emitting a cold murderous intent. Chapter 2978. Who are you guys? Wu Yu and Wu Ming's faces changed drastically as they shouted. However, these people in blood-red robes did not even look at Wu Ming and Wu Yu. Their expressions were still stiff. You guys are able to sense our formation and go around it. Impressive, but you still have to die. One of the burly men spoke. Even when he spoke, his expression was still stiff. His voice was cold and emotionless. So, you guys are the ones who set up the formation. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. It seemed that the other party had been waiting for them here for a long time and had set up a large formation here. Fortunately, the measure character formula had sensed the unusual energy fluctuation and thus avoided the formation. Otherwise, once they walked into the formation set up by others, it would be really dangerous. Who were the other party? Lu Ming thought of Qin Wuyo and the others. In the Qin Tian star field, Lu Ming had fought with Qin Wuyo and the others. He had suppressed a group of sky prides from the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Palace and offended a group of people. Those people had a reason to kill Lu Ming. However, when Lu Ming arrived, he did not see Qin Wuyo and the others. How did they know that Lu Ming was here? There was also Wu Shui and the others that he had met in the Devil Capital Mountain. Those people also had a reason to kill Lu Ming. However, they did not know that he had come to the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Palace. Could it be that I'm being followed? Lu Ming's heart suddenly moved as he thought of this possibility. This was the only way for the Wu family to get to the Starry Sky camp. If the other party did not keep an eye on his whereabouts, how could they set up a formation here? Lu Ming thought of so many things in an instant. However, the other party had already made their move. Kill. 3 burly men with stiff expressions appeared in their hands. 2 rays of saber light slashed towards Lu Ming at the same time. Fast, extremely fast. They attacked at the same time without any delay. Their coordination was flawless. It was obvious that they had been trained for many years. If you want to kill our Wu family's friend, you'll have to go through us first. Wu Yu and Wu Ming shouted and attacked as well. The divine skills they cultivated were extremely unique. Once they attacked, 10,000 horses galloped. Hundreds of divine horses stepped on the void, wanting to trample the enemy to death. However, as the saber light slashed out, the divine horses were shattered one by one. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of mystical horses were annihilated. Wu Ming and Wu Yu were knocked back while vomiting mouthfuls of blood. Half-step Divine King Realm, which clan are you from? Wu Ming and Wu Yu roared at the same time. Both of them were 8th layer heavenly gods, and their divine force was undoubtedly divine grade divine force. However, their opponent was a half-step god king, which completely suppressed them. Let's go down and find the answer, said the 2 middle-aged men coldly. Once again, they attacked Lu Ming. The other people in blood-red robes surrounded them to prevent Lu Ming and the others from escaping. Roar. At this moment, Lu Ming let out an ancient god's roar. His body rapidly swelled up, transforming into an ancient god's body. Boom! Boom! His long spear shuddered and swept forward, colliding with the saber light. 2 explosions took place, and the 2 middle-aged men were sent flying. His strength is indeed shocking. Let's attack together and end this quickly, one of the men in blood-red robes said coldly. With a flicker, he charged at Lu Ming. The others also attacked at the same time. Rays of saber light were dazzling and filled with murderous intent. It was a saber designed to kill. There was nothing fancy about it, but it was swift and powerful. You guys, stay behind me. Lu Ming waved his hand, shrouding Chiu Yu, Wu Ming, and Wu Yu with a god force. Following which, his long spear shuddered and fired rays of spear light. Dozens of giant spear shadows filled the sky, piercing in all directions. Explosions took place between the heavens and earth. There were 12 men in blood-red robes in total. All of them were half-step divine kings. Furthermore, they had all practiced divine skills designed to kill. Their strength was terrifying when they worked together. Even with Lu Ming's current strength, it was still difficult for him to fight them. Clang! A ray of saber light pierced through Lu Ming's attack and landed on his body. Sizzling sounds could be heard and sparks could be seen. A piece of green scale was cut open and fresh blood oozed out. The other party's attack was enough to break through Lu Ming's defense. Get lost! Lu Ming shouted and unleashed the divine dragon image technique. 7 nine-clawed dragon images rushed towards a direction. At the same time, Lu Ming also rushed towards the same direction. Bang! Bang! A series of clashes broke out. A few of the men in blood-red robes were pushed back by the 9-clawed dragon images. Then, Lu Ming took the opportunity to break out of the encirclement. After breaking out of the encirclement, Lu Ming protected Chiu Yu and the others behind him. He no longer had any scruples. Since you want to kill me, then all of you shall stay here today. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. He broke out of the encirclement not because he wanted to escape, but because he wanted to have a better opportunity to attack. Star burst. Lu Ming roared. Then, the divine power in Lu Ming's body poured into the long spear. Whoosh! A huge ray of spear light burst out from the long spear and pierced towards the 12 men in blood-red robes. Go around them. One of the men in blood-red robes shouted coldly. The 12 men in blood-red robes used a strange technique and dodged the attack of the spear light. They went around the spear light from both sides. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. How could the star-burst move be so easily avoided? Explode! Lu Ming whispered. Boom! The huge spear light suddenly exploded and turned into countless waves of energy that swept in all directions. It was like a stormy sea, crushing the 12 men in blood-red robes. Not good. The 12 men in blood-red robes were shocked and retreated frantically. However, they were still hit by the powerful waves of energy and coughed up blood. They were seriously injured. Kill! Lu Ming took the opportunity to attack. However, at this moment, Lu Ming's face changed drastically. He felt a terrifying pressure coming from the sky. Then, an incomparably powerful force pressed down on Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not care about killing his opponents. He waved his spear and swept it towards the sky. At this moment, he realized that there was a ray of saber light in the sky that was slashing towards him. Boom! The ray of saber light struck the long spear. In an instant, Lu Ming's face changed. The power of this ray of saber light was terrifying and unfathomable. Lu Ming was shocked and his body retreated. The long spear in his hand was constantly vibrating and he almost lost his grip on it. Divine King! Lu Ming whispered and looked at the sky. There was another man in blood-red robes in the sky. He looked to be in his 60s. He stepped on the void and came down from the sky. This man was a Divine King expert. The man in blood-red robes stared at Lu Ming in astonishment. I've received news that a 4th-layer Heaven God Realm cultivator's strength is monstrous. I didn't believe it at first, so I asked them to give it a try. Who would have thought that your strength is even more terrifying than I imagined? The man exclaimed. This man in the blood-lined robe was much more emotional than the other men in blood-lined robes. Chapter 2979. Men of Sacrifice, your men of sacrifice. Suddenly, Wu Ming thought of something and his face turned ugly. So what if you can see it? The Divine King in blood-red robes sneered coldly. Which family are you from? We're the core disciples of the Wu family. You dare to kill us, are you trying to start a war with the Wu family? Wu Yu shouted. Who knows who killed you if I kill all of you? The other party sneered. You, Wu Ming and Wu Yu's face turned pale with despair. The other party even sent a Divine King men of sacrifice. They would definitely die today. 12 half-step Divine Kings and 1 Divine King. It's a sure thing to kill us heavenly gods. Since we're going to die, can you tell me who sent you? Lu Ming pretended to be desperate and asked. Kid, don't try to trick us, we won't tell you. A cold voice was heard. It did not come from the God King realm man in a blood-red robe, but from behind Lu Ming. Lu Ming, Chiu Autumn Moon, Wu Ming and Wu Yu's expression changed and they quickly turned around. Unknowingly, another man in a blood-red robe appeared behind them. He was a skinny middle-aged man but the aura he emitted was extremely terrifying. Divine King. Another Divine King. The other party sent out 2 Divine Kings. Wu Ming and Wu Yu were in despair. The other party's plan was flawless. They sent out 2 Divine Kings. Moreover, they didn't appear at once. They sent out 1 Divine King first while the other one hid in the dark to check the situation. After making sure that there was no problem, the other Divine King appeared. 2 Divine Kings surrounded them from the front and back. In addition, there were 12 half-step Divine King experts. With such a lineup, Lu Ming and the others were doomed. Lu Ming also pretended to look miserable. He gave a long sigh and said, 2 Divine Kings. What a big deal. Are there any more? Come out together. We're more than enough to kill you. The skinny middle-aged man said. Since we're going to die, can you tell me why you want to kill me? Is it for revenge or something on me? Lu Ming asked again. He wanted to take the opportunity to get some clues from the other party. However, the two divine kings remained expressionless and didn't say anything. They didn't reveal any information. However, Lu Ming caught the expressions of the few half-step divine king realm men in blood-red robes. When Lu Ming asked this question, several half-step divine king realm men in blood-red robes instinctively glanced at the storage ring on Lu Ming's finger. He wasn't seeking revenge. He wanted to snatch something from Lu Ming. In an instant, Lu Ming made a judgment. What was it? Lu Ming's mind raced. Don't waste your breath on him. Let's finish the mission first. Behind him, the skinny middle-aged man shouted coldly, emitting a terrifying killing intent. Whoosh! A terrifying saber light slashed towards Lu Ming. Qiuqiu, I'll leave it to you. Lu Ming waved his hand and Qiuqiu flew behind him. Two first heaven king god realm guys. Leave it to me. Qiuqiu's voice resounded in Lu Ming's mind. Then, his body swelled, turning into a giant metal ball and dashing over. Dong! The saber light was shattered by Qiuqiu's attack. His body didn't stop, rushing towards the skinny middle-aged man. The skinny middle-aged man was shocked. He didn't expect that his attack would be shattered by a metal ball. Die! Qiuqiu shouted. His giant body was like a mountain pressing down on the skinny middle-aged man. Get lost! The skinny middle-aged man reacted, holding his saber with both hands and slashing. Dong! The saber slashed on Qiuqiu's body. However, it didn't split Qiuqiu's body as he had expected. Instead, his body shook violently, retreating continuously. His arms were numb. Die, die, die. Qiuqiu extended two tentacles, turning them into two sabers, slashing towards the skinny middle-aged man. In a flash, he had slashed hundreds of times. The skinny middle-aged man tried his best to fight back. Dong, 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 the two continued to clash. However, the skinny middle-aged man was no match for Qiuqiu. He tried his best to block a few attacks, but Qiuqiu slashed him horizontally, cutting him in half. He almost died. Damn it! How is this possible? At this moment, the divine king in front of Lu Ming shouted as if he had just woken up from a dream. Kill! Kill that kid! The skinny middle-aged man was cut in half by Qiuqiu, but he didn't die. He shouted loudly. Die! The divine king in front of Lu Ming shouted and attacked. A terrifying saber light slashed towards Lu Ming. Moon slashing. Lu Ming waved his long spear, using all of his strength to attack. Dong! Lu Ming felt like he was hit by an immemorial mountain. His body shook violently. His 100-meter-tall body was pushed back continuously. He felt his qi and blood tumbling in his body. He spat out a mouthful of blood. A divine king was much stronger than a heavenly god and a half-step divine king. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, he was still no match for a divine king. As soon as Lu Ming retreated, Qiuqiu, Autumn Moon, Wu Ming, and Wu Yu were exposed. I'll kill the three of you first. The other party shouted coldly and slashed with his saber. A terrifying saber light that was blood-red slashed towards Qiuqiu, Autumn Moon, and the other two. If they were hit, with Qiu Yu and the other two's cultivation, they would definitely die. Qiuqiu, Lu Ming shouted. Leave it to me. Qiuqiu opened his mouth. Then, his round body emitted streaks of lightning. Asterisk zap, zap, asterisk, a bolt of lightning as thick as an arm shot towards the divine king in front of Lu Ming. The speed of the lightning was extremely fast. In a flash, it reached the other party's saber light. With a puff, the other party's saber light was extinguished. The lightning continued to strike the other party's body. Ah! A shrill scream was heard. Then, there was no sound. When the lightning disappeared, only a charred corpse could be seen floating in the air without any signs of life. In the next moment, the charred corpse fell to the ground. Dead. A divine king was killed just like that. At this moment, the skinny man and the other men in blood-red robes were shocked. To kill a divine king in one move, what kind of cultivation was that? Run! The skinny man shouted. Half of his body retreated in an attempt to escape. Did I say you could leave? Die! Chiocchio's voice was heard as he slashed with his saber. This saber strike carried traces of lightning. The skinny man screamed. He followed in the footsteps of the previous divine king and was turned into a charred corpse. Another divine king was killed. The 12 half-step divine king men in blood-red robes were shocked. They fled in all directions, trying to escape. Stay here. Lu Ming shouted coldly. He used the 9 heavens Garuda technique and chased after the other party. At the same time, Chiocchio also chased after them. He opened his mouth and shot out streaks of lightning like an electric net.